Every once in a while, an opportunity comes along. A really big opportunity. As in $6 trillion big. Because that's how much business is shifting to the cloud-native countries and the companies that are capitalizing on Wi-Fi everywhere with security. Like the Netherlands, where smart ports and connected highways are helping alleviate one of the most dense transportation networks in the world. In Italy, where Dallara helps automakers around the world make high-performance cars faster and safer. Cisco is digitally transforming their business, the way they work, think, and interact. At Rakuten in Japan, who partnered with Cisco to build the first cloud-based and fully virtualized mobile network. A model for the future of telecommunications around the world.
Oh my God.
The hyperfast connections and the wildly transfigured networks they will spawn is going to change everything. And only Cisco has the knowledge, the experience, and the solutions to make it happen. Between the internet that's here and the internet that's coming, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hey, good morning everybody, and welcome to day 3 of our Comstor Cisco virtual kickoff, and another glorious sunny day here in England. How are you this morning, Russell?
I'm very well, Katie, thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to our final sessions. And it seems odd with you not in the studio with me this morning on our morning show, but I know that you're out in the field gathering crucial information to bring back to the studio later this morning.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm doing the show today, guys, from 2 different locations. We've never done that before, so let's see how it goes. So, Russell, do you want to take us through the agenda for today?
Of course, yeah. So I'm just going to share my slides. So 2 days gone, and some fantastic speakers that we've had over the last couple of days, and another day coming up of some more great speakers. So looking forward to that. I know Katie's going to take you through some of the highlights of what happened on the last event and some of the key messages. But today, let me just take you through what's happening with the agenda. So excited to bring Faith into the team and the studio this morning to talk with Tony about and give us all a marketing update. This is followed by Justin, who is who many people will know very well, has been working around some of our digital innovation and our tools that aligns with our customers and Cisco, and to help our jobs be a bit easier, a bit more automated, and looking forward to hearing what Justin is going to say this morning. Then we're going to move on to our special guest, Larry Soffer. If you've got a pack of playing cards close by, it might be worth you having them with you. So Larry's going to do some interesting things this morning, so I won't tell you any more about that, and I'll wait for him to introduce himself, but looking forward to that session for a bit of fun. Followed by a quick break. Again, before you go for the break, we're going to have another puzzle for today, our final puzzle of the sessions, and so don't fly off straight away, just so I can give you some instructions around what we can do for the puzzle, because we've got another Bose speaker up for grabs today for the fastest person to complete the puzzle. After the break, if we can get back quickly and settle in, we'll announce the winner of that puzzle, and then we'll move into a Meraki update. And I'm really happy that Andy is able to join us today to provide a update on one of the fastest growing areas of the Cisco portfolio. So looking forward to Andy joining us. Then we're going to move into an update. There's no workshop today, so there's an update on a really important subject that is close to everyone's hearts at the moment: software and services, new and renew. And I'm really pleased that we've got Gabby, Matt, Tom, and Ignacio have been working to pull something together to share with you, as well as Anne-Marie, and we'll introduce that team again later this morning. Then really happy to tell you that Willem is going to join us. We've got some time with him and he's going to give you some updates and maybe even some announcements. So looking forward to what Willem has got to say there. So please make sure that we're all tuned in for that. And then we're going to close out. Katie and I will close out. Katie, hopefully, be back in the studio with me at that point, and we're going to go through some awards that we've got lined up. So that's it for the agenda today. So another packed agenda with some really great topics, and looking forward to going through those. Katie, if you could take us through some of the key messages from Tuesday, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we had another packed agenda on Tuesday, we heard from Elizabeth de Dobbelaere, who gave us her top of mind. She talked about how Cisco's cloud partners are really thriving right now. We're seeing that acceleration of partners as they digitize much more rapidly with the COVID-19 situation, and how that's bringing us a lot of new opportunities. She also took some good questions from the audience as well around brand protection, an area that is close to her, because that's an area that she worked within the Cisco organisation on a few years ago, and also about how we can accelerate Cisco Capital in some of the areas where it's not so prevalent today. We then asked Arndt to give everyone an update around the supply chain, and he talked and told us, we got a lot of really positive feedback about this session actually, how Cisco have mobilised their global supply chain. Over the past months, we've moved production across the globe as economies have shut down and reopened again. He showed us or demonstrated how Cisco have now won or become #1 with Gartner for supply chain, winning industry awards, and also talked about the partnership between Cisco and Comstor on supply chain, and how we work strategically through challenges, for example, like Brexit in the last 12 months for the UK, to making sure we can work on stocking Viptela, which has been a subject close to many people's hearts. We then heard from David Blackburn and Benjamin Allard around how Comstor can win with both data center and security. Again, we got some really good feedback on this session. I think someone said Benjamin's the bomb. I'm not sure what that meant, but we are reading all the feedback and the comments, and yeah, really good feedback on how that came across and the opportunities ahead of us into FY21 around data center and security. We had a lot of focus on Tuesday around small business, and I know Faith's going to take us a bit further into that around the marketing campaigns. Sandra talked about the VUCA world. First time I've ever heard that. So it's I'm just trying to remember the acronyms, but volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world that we're living in now, and talked about the latest news on programs. And when we had that, Comstor had that presentation ahead of a lot of the teams in Cisco. So it's great to hear that we're getting some new programs for FY21. We're going to see some changes to pricing for FY21. And then we talked, there was a lot of Q&A around Sandra's session about how we can partner together to win as a team, and lots of good suggestions about how we can do that together. And then last but certainly not least, we had a very impassioned update from Jan Kuipers and Alicia Quadro around how well Comstor are doing right now on Cisco Capital, how you've really embraced the business resiliency program and pushed that out to market. We heard about Patrick and the great work that the Comstor Netherlands team are doing, how we want to take that and replicate that across all of the countries. And I think I highlighted it on Tuesday as we closed up the sessions. We're only trading with 176 partners on Cisco Capital, and Comstor trade with around 3,000 partners across EMEA. So the scope of the opportunity to offer Cisco Capital to your partners is immense, and we really need each and every one of you to be focused on that as we move out of this fiscal and into FY21. So we were really pleased with day 2. We got some fantastic feedback from the teams. Great that you're responding to all of the polls. We will be doing polling again today, so it's really important that we're getting this feedback so that we can continue to improve with these events. So that's it from me, Russell. I think you're going to give a summary now of the workshop from day 2.
Yes, thank you, Katie. Yeah. And just before I do that, I do want to call out the work that the operations team at Cisco and at Comstor have done. Sometimes because it happens in the background, but it is the key engine to driving our business as well, to make sure everything flows appropriately to all of our customers. I think the work that's been done there has been fantastic, and it continues to improve as well. So congratulations to those teams. Yes, so I think the breakout sessions on Tuesday went really well. There was certainly people that were more used to that environment. We tried to clean up the environment on the whiteboard sessions so that it became a less busy pane of glass that everyone was working with. The feedback that I got from the people running the sessions was really positive. There was lots of contribution again. And what I'm showing here is one of 4 slides of stickies that were produced as a result in terms of a summary. And actually, there's a whole deck that's been produced around this. I'm only showing you one slide this morning just to give you a flavour of what was talked about. Obviously, e-commerce came up a lot when we talk about small business, and there is work to be done on that. Katie and I were on a call last night, a QBR call with Philip, Craig, and Andrew Sage, and Willem and David Grant, and we were talking about this in quite some depth actually, about how we get our businesses more engaged and how we engage with our customers. So it really is a hot topic at the moment of how we improve the communication, the data flow, and ultimately provide a seamless transition and transaction to our customers as well. So a really hot topic. We had customers online, obviously, on Shopping View and Future Focus, and how we can make sure that that is clear to them on our e-commerce sites. The Cisco Design and the Meraki Go strengthened the portfolio, really good, but we need to keep sending those messages out and positioning them correctly. And I know that Thomas and Nico have done a huge amount of work around helping all of our internal teams, but also our reseller teams, understand the positioning of those products when they take them to market. There's clearly some areas that need to be improved on, and that was captured as well, which is really good. Fast track and the changes that have been made, particularly around the Meraki products and the small business products, that has been received well. Improvements that we're looking at, promo duration, see if we can make that longer than it is, because by the time the promotion has started, we've got all the communication out and everybody's aware of it and they're talking about it. Sometimes that promotion ends too early and we need to make sure that we can look at extending that. So that was taken on board. And obviously future focus around solutions and bundles. And, as you've heard from the theme of this event over the last few sessions, it's all been about cross architecture. It's been about solution focused, and it's not just about talking about one single architecture. And whilst, and I've talked about this before, whilst that is important that we should be positioning that, it's as important to deliver it as a total solution and talk about it as a final working solution to the customers. So that was a very brief summary of what we talked. Like I say, one slide, and there was 4 slides of stickies that were pulled together with all that feedback that was given. So thank you for your contribution to that. It's really appreciated. Clearly, the important element of this now is to try and capture all of that and action it. So there's some sessions being planned now to filter that into what does that mean that we have to do differently? What does that mean for me on Monday morning when I start work? What does that mean for me in 3 months? Because there's some more strategic plays in there that we need some time to work on, and we need to look at that. So we'll take that away as the Comstor and Cisco Central team. We'll look at that feedback, we'll prioritize it, and then we'll put that into actions, and we'll come back out to you with some support into the countries about how we're going to take that forward. So that's it for the summary of the day. I wanted to remind everybody that there is an opportunity to add comments and questions into the chat room. So there's a sort of question table that you've got on screen. Please use that. We'll capture those questions as you go through the day. We won't answer them immediately, but as we get them in, and we've got a link to the next speaker, if we manage to get the answer by then, we will call that out. We'll call out the question and the answer, And if you've just got some comments or feedback for us, that would be also really interesting to hear. I can't see you, and it would be good to understand if there is some feedback that you've got, good and bad. We'll take it on, and if we can make the adjustments during the day, we will. If we can't, we'll do it for next time. Anything else you want to say, that would be super. So just before I hand over, Katie, was there anything else you'd like to add?
No, that was fantastic. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the day and seeing you very soon.
Okay, great. Thanks, Katie. Yeah, look forward to seeing you soon. So I'd like to hand over to Tony Riley in the first instance, who's with Faith, and who's going to give us a marketing update this morning. Faith and Tony, great to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Faith, do you want to kick off? It's great actually to be here today. I think we've got 30 minutes to talk about our favourite subject, which is marketing. Faith, I'll hand over to you, and I think I'll be coming on a little bit later.
Thank you very much, Tony, and thank you so much for having me here today. I'm super excited to be talking to you about marketing and some of the great key initiatives that we are working on today, but also giving you a bit of a, as Tony put it, a sneak peek into what's coming up in the first half of FY21. So if you can go on to the next slide. So Sandra mentioned to you yesterday about VUCA, and I'm glad that you remembered all the words for VUCA, Katie, because it rings so true with what we are doing in marketing today. The markets are volatile and decisions are very much based on that uncertainty. Business is very complex and there are so many unknown unknowns, which makes it very ambiguous for all of us, for our customers and our partners. And that is why we are going to be focusing on business resiliency and business continuity, which we've already started this quarter. Now, I hope you've all seen the WebEx campaign that has been launched about a few weeks ago across EMEA. And if you haven't seen it, let me play this video for you and then we can talk about it afterwards.
Okay, give it a try.
Between wisdom and curiosity, there's a bridge. Between ideas and inspiration, trauma and treatment.
Gained a couple of more pounds since last time.
That's good for the baby.
Between the people and their leaders.
Affects the heart.
How's the hospital?
It's been very busy. It was busier today than yesterday.
When are you gonna come back?
Collaboration.
And then we have like in the center.
And creativity.
You don't want that sketch to compete with the image.
Between the moments that make us who we are and keeping them safe, private,
That's great.
and secure. There's WebEx.
Great, thank you. So we launched the campaign, as I mentioned, a few weeks ago to really elevate the WebEx brand. Now, many people would say that we were a little bit late off the mark. As you know, Zoom has almost become a verb. You hear it on TV, radio, all the digital press, the news just talk constantly about Zoom. And Microsoft Teams is also taking place on primetime TV. I mean, I see it on ITV all the time in the evenings. But we have taken a different approach to WebEx and raising that brand awareness. And we've really thought about the key audiences that we want to go after and the key industries. Now, obviously, remote working is a no-brainer. We've all been using WebEx consistently over the last few months, and we have had billions and billions of minutes being used and hundreds of thousands of WebEx accounts being open. And most of these accounts have been freemium accounts, and some people have not used them. Some people have used them a few times, and some people have used them extensively. So the aim of the WebEx campaign was not only to raise that market awareness, but also act as air cover and a lever for us to re-communicate with our customers to get them to convert from those freemium accounts into paid accounts. Now, some of these customers may have gone to competitors. They may have already wanted to use those freemium services like Zoom, or they may have been ex-WebEx customers that we want to now get back because they realise that WebEx is a safe, secure platform, unlike Zoom. And what we've been doing is we've also been looking at market sentiment around some of our competitors as well. Because actually, although we hear the word Zoom all the time, if you look at that market sentiment, over 50% of it is negative. So where WebEx can really start to play is to say that it is that secure, that safe collaboration platform. And we're now going out to these key industries, education about how we can support remote learning in schools, higher education, universities. We're going out to healthcare, how we can support the key workers, the doctors, the nurses, the other people where they need our support to collaborate. Government, of course, and media that has been very hard hit by COVID, now also needs our support to collaborate in new ways that were not possible before. So if you go on to the next slide. So in terms of the media plan, we have been advertising on TV, but it's not on the mainstream TV channels that you may be familiar with, because we've been very targeted, thinking about who's our audience and who's our persona. But what's really shone a light for us is radio. Now, for those of you that are based in the UK, you may have heard our 15-second ads on Heart or Classic or Capital FM. And this is really starting to gain momentum because, of course, more people are working from home, or if they are able to go into the office, they often have the radio on. So this is a new channel for us and it's working. And we've evolved this across many different radio stations in EMEA. But really where we have our sweet spot is around the digital media. So doing those paid partnerships with the likes of The Economist and Handelsblatt, where we're looking to do joint content around subjects like the future of work. And this we can then amplify through those traditional paid social channels that you're all familiar with, like LinkedIn and Twitter. So lots of activity going, and it's important that we keep the momentum and we start to see that share of voice of WebEx increase with our customers and also for our partners to make it easier to sell to. So with that in mind, we're now evolving the WebEx campaign. And if you go on to the next slide, Tony, into business resiliency. And this is completely hot off the press. There was a launch call about this last night. So I want to share this with you to give you the visibility of what's coming down the track. Now, what we need to appreciate between business continuity and business resilience, there is a bridge, and Cisco is that bridge. And around the world, communities are realizing the pivotal moment. The nature of globalization highlights the catalyst of our current environment, but also the path forward. And every business is now going to be facing the challenge, how do I rebound from this? And for the first time in Cisco's history, we are going to be able to have the opportunity to have the same conversation with every customer in every industry, regardless of the size, to get them to reimagine their workforces and workplaces in ways that create flexibility and adaptable environments. So if you go on to the next slide. So we are going to be preparing our customers for the next disruption by launching our new business resiliency campaign in the first half. Now, many of you will be familiar, we've already started to talk about secure remote workforce, in actual fact that linked with the WebEx sprint that we've had this quarter. But as we evolve, we're going to start changing that conversation to making sure that the workplace is trusted with the secure solutions that we can offer to businesses. So what we will be launching, if you go on to the next slide, Tony, is a number of different use cases that bring together CX, services, the BU, capital, and of course, all of those product bundles with great pricing on how we can position some of these use cases to our customers and to our partners to make them feel like Cisco is leading the way. And I know that you have been brainstorming some of these areas over the last couple of days, so we would really like to get your feedback around how we can effectively take this to market. Now, moving into our planning, we've heard from you that you want to get much more visibility on what's coming down the pipe from Cisco, because actually I know that you can go to market and execute often a lot quicker than Cisco. So we're going to be moving from quarterly planning into biannual planning to give you that visibility and to reduce that stop, start, because that creates a lot of confusion, it slows us down, and we need to get out there quickly with our messages and our content and campaigns. So in the first half, we're very much going to be focusing on the sustainable ways of working, the business resiliency campaign, and as a result of that, you'll see a sprint come out of it. Second half, we haven't quite got there yet, but everything we are doing is going to be underpinned by the Distribution Champions Club. I know all of you want to speak to Mauritius, so what we want to make sure is that we align our campaigns and programs to help you get there. So more to come on this, and we'll be sharing the details as we go along, but my commitment to you is that in FY21, we're going to give you much more visibility, and we want you to come along with us and partner with us in this marketing. Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Faith. That's really, really great to hear. Just in the last 30 seconds of you saying that you are doing longer term planning, I've had a whole plethora of messages going, yes, fantastic, excellent. So from the Comstor team, that is really welcome. And we're going to absolutely be looking at that and seeing how we can also ensure our planning and communication is aligned accordingly, Faith. So really thanks for that. Let me move on now to the Comstor side. And I'm going to try and cover three main things building upon what Faith was just communicating about. So looking at the marketing focus within Comstor, what we're trying to achieve and our purpose, pulling out a few of those programs that Faith outlined and how we're bringing those through to our partner base, and a bit of a sneak peek as well from our side on a new portal, which I think particularly the Comstor side of the house will be very interested in. So first of all, let me go through the philosophy that we have in the Comstor marketing team. And this is something I picked up earlier in my career. It's a proverb, an African proverb, actually. And I think it's particularly relevant in this environment. So if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's very relevant to Cisco and Comstor working together to go as far, build the market, and obviously from Comstor's perspective, grab a bigger piece of that market as we possibly can. But also within the boundaries of Comstor, the central teams and the local teams working together collaboratively so we can go further together. And the whole rationale and reason for it is to be as smart and effective and as efficient as we possibly can in the environment in which we play. So we have a philosophy that has been built into the organization, and we're applying that in the function of marketing to have a single plan across the whole of our region. And we're trying to do that because it is about being smart and effective and efficient. And in a margin constrained business, that is the absolutely most successful way to go. We pick the best brains to do the best things and roll that out everywhere with flawless execution. It is our aspiration to be the best marketing function in the whole of distribution globally. That's what we aspire to do, and that's what we want to achieve. And I think when we look at some of the activity and relationships we have with Cisco and through the whole network of marketing, I think there are some fantastic examples that are driving brilliant relationships and rapport and loyalty across the marketplace. One of the examples of trying to do that touches on planning and communication. So this, a lot of you will be familiar, is the quarterly 13-week plan That's a relentless engine of that treadmill of trying to get activity week by week as the quarter progresses. And this is a Q4 plan. And this is by architecture, as you can see down the left-hand side. Now, with Faith explaining that we'll have a 6-monthly plan, I am absolutely singing in the streets of Bedfont Lakes right now as a result of that, because it allows us to plan and be more effective. Things always come out of left field, and things always need to have recovery plans, and we'll legislate for that appropriately. But this is going to allow us to be significantly more effective, and we're really looking forward to making that happen. But we won't get away from a week-by-week plan, but we'll be able to straddle it over a longer period of time. All of these architecture plans, these are formulated obviously with the architecture leads, with the marketing leads, and of course all of our countries in collaboration with Cisco. We also have, though, architecture agnostic initiatives beyond just an individual architecture. And I'm going to touch on 2 or 3 of these over the next 15 minutes or so. And these build upon some of those key strategic areas. The Stay Safe, Stay Connected. We talked earlier in the workshop a couple of days ago on agile working, and that's very much a response on that. And I'm going to touch on that shortly. Small business is a huge area of development for Cisco, and Comstor is heavily invested in that, and we have a big initiative and plans in that area. And of course, we did some of the workshops. Our mentor program I'll touch on shortly, DCC, Faith Reference, Cisco Capital, all of these things we also try and pull out as simply as we can, which isn't always, that's a relative term, simplicity in this world. We're trying to make things as simple as we can, as compelling and as relevant to our target audience. As you can see through these Q4 plans, and we're currently in week 8, I think week commencing 22nd of June. From a sales perspective, we're going to focus on closing. Marketing perspective, we're going to try and keep visibility out there with our partners and a drip feed, but we're trying to minimize any workload for our sales team so they can focus on closing those deals. And that's an approach that we've taken from the central teams. And we've gone a stage further based upon a lot of our country feedback as well, trying to look at a calendar for each individual week within a given quarter about what a particular country should be doing on a specific action perspective. And the reason for sharing this with you is that planning and communication is what everything is about. Going back to that philosophy of working together, if we work together for the same things and those things are the best of breed in the marketplace, we will go further. And that's our whole principle. Let me talk about 2 or 3 of those various initiatives. Apologies for a lot of stuff on here. We are very, very proud as an organization of the way that we have embraced and taken the whole principle of agile working under the cloud of COVID-19, which really took a grip in March. We really embraced trying to look on how we could help our partners and our customers in these very, very strange times of working significantly more remotely than ever before. And we came up with a tagline of stay safe, stay connected, and a plethora of materials were developed. Most importantly, it was cross-architecture. It was led with collaboration to start with. We then added security very, very shortly after. But we also had data center, we had software and services, we had Cisco Capital. All of those aspects were incorporated within actually our home kits as well. And those home kits for essentials and advanced, and the details of the products that were within it. And it's been very, very well received actually as a drip feed campaign over a period of time. And this is just a small representation of some of those assets that were created. Some of those assets actually were very, very well received by our partners, and our partners asked if they could utilize exactly the same and send it through to their customer base. This is as one example here of a particular partner who took the messaging and collateral that was provided and sent through then to their customer base in order to take advantage of the kits in particular. And on the back of that, there's quite a few deals either in the pipeline or have been closed. On the back of Stay Safe, Stay Connected, a great deal in Germany with Jens and Stefan and team. And there's a lot of security either in the pipeline. In South Africa, I know there's quite a few deals that closed in that area already. I think about 30k of that 200k was in South Africa alone, and they've closed those, which is excellent, and a lot more coming down track. Our APAC team, I'm not sure if they're on the call today, also took this and extended and signed up a few partners. One of the assets in here I like the most, actually, and it doesn't have any bells or whistles. It's the competitive guide. And that was developed by Mike, Lucia, and Chris, I think, inputted strongly to that. This is just a small representation, gave real substance to the WebEx platform in particular compared to the competition. And 58 partners in the first few weeks downloaded that competitive guide. That's individual partners. And there's still a lot more that we can do in this area, but I think this is one about working quickly. Being able to do this across the entire region, I think has borne fruit. Another one that's just about to hit is Scale Play. Scale Play, I think you've probably heard from a number of the different team, is really a play of security into small business. And it's looking at a pain point, it's looking at a solution that satisfies that pain point, and then a compelling offer as to why you should act now. And we've tried to take that. A couple of the team in the central team, that's Maria and Carol, have really done some fantastic work. Also with our studio, Paul and Runa's studio capability across the Westcon group, we've been utilizing as some fantastic assets that we have here that I just want to share with you. To start with, we're really looking at a very targeted campaign. And one of the things that you'll see is that we really want to measure the effectiveness of what we do in a much, much better way. There's many dependencies on the back of that, system integration, so on, and we are getting there. But it's no point being very proud of doing stuff if you can't measure the effectiveness of it. And that's one of the things we're trying to do. On this particular campaign, when we look at targeted communication, we're looking at partners in particular who are receptive to both small business and to security. And through PJD, we've defined that, and there's 1,376 contacts that we've established in that area that we're going to be targeted with this particular campaign. Well, then as a phase 2, look at those partners who are active in small business but not in security, and we're going to look at them as a separate exercise, and we'll do a compare and contrast between those. The type of communication we're trying to do, as I mentioned, is very let me just go back on my computer's playing up a bit. Let's go back. Okay. The communication we're doing is very succinct. We're trying to make it really stand out. We're trying to, as you can see there, this is the email communication where we're looking at that pain point. We're looking at a solution to that pain point and a compelling offer on the back of that. And I think that really is one of those things that is, when not just the competition, but when you get that from anybody, if it's something that you can associate with and respond to. And there's a whole great level of assets as well around to the social posts as well that we're doing. And again, those social posts, we need to make more of a play of that. I think I saw in the small business workshop, that was one of the areas that was perceived between Cisco and Comstor that we could do a lot more with. So we're trying to do some more social assets that would then go through to a really great landing page that we can measure the approach accordingly. And we're also going a stage further, and we're looking at Scale Play for our partner, lay it on a plate for them to take to their customer. And a really great little 30-second video vignette there. You've got the link to it when you get the slides. Just to illustrate to a partner all the things we are doing for them that allows them to take security for small business with real compelling solutions and offers. And this is only available from Comstor. This is what we are working with Cisco. We are interpreting and trying to make it as relevant and compelling as you possibly can. This Scale Play initiative is being launched as we speak. All of these assets are being translated into our languages and being rolled out across the region. So you're going to see this literally in the next 10 days or so. Let me go back a little bit in time to Meraki Go. As you guys know, Meraki Go is new for Comstor. We launched it in mid-April. I know that it was available elsewhere through other distribution. And the sales, I guess, have been a little bit disappointing across the board on Meraki Go. Launching in mid-April at a time of COVID obviously isn't desirable, but there is engagement there. When we look at the level of activity, again, this is just a snapshot. There was a plethora of marketing assets that were created and sales enablement tools. So our click-through rate, so that's when a partner receives a communication and clicks on the call to action within it, was 3 times the normal rate. 3 times. Now, actually, that tells me there is interest. There has to be interest in it. What we then need to look at is converting that interest into pipeline and sales. And that's the bit then that we need to discuss a little bit further. In fact, we were on a call yesterday with the Meraki Go team from Cisco in order to explore and see how we can penetrate that a little bit further. But from a marketing perspective, I think there's good visibility. There's some fantastic videos. Nico and Thomas were brilliant in those as well. And again, Maria, we've appointed as our small business marketing lead, of which Meraki Go is a part. Okay, I'm going to change gears a little bit. I'm going back just a little bit of learning. Certainly those of you within Comstor will be familiar with the superhero campaign. And that was done at the end of last year, the beginning of this year. The reason I'm flashing that up, apart from the level of engagement, and it's great to see a number of team there, this was at a time, of course, when we were working in offices or in our normal environment as it was at the time. And we were able to look at the ROI of this. And this combined an external campaign to our partners, and it included an internal incentive under the same theme and umbrella. And we got an ROI in the dizzy heights of 50 to 1. Now, I'm excited and nervous at the same time of an ROI of that level. 1, I'm delighted we got that. 2, I'm nervous that you're always going to expect it on every program moving forward. So I'm worried about that, but it's a benchmark for us to aim for. We've now come out with our new one on the back of that, which is Cosmos, which I'm hoping you've all seen. Here are a number of our country leaders and the central leadership team on our international space station, as you can see them there. Of course, this has combined a number of different things. We've tried to again learn and build upon the activity we've been doing. Very succinct email approach or social approach, which is a whet the appetite to encourage them to go into an interactive landing page. And the social posts have been, again, to the theme, which I think you can see, looking at the best offers in the known universe. That's really what we're trying to get across on this theme. And again, that drip feed approach out to partners, looking at an interactive landing page. Again, there's a link here, or if you look at any of the email communication that comes out every week on this, week by week, these particular promos and deals are revealed. And we've also got a star offer of the week. Of course, it will be a star offer of the week. And as you go further down the page, there's an offer on every architecture in every week of the quarter. So far, just in the first 4 weeks, believe it or not, we've got email overload. Over 41,000 emails have been sent on this across the region. Click-through rate is 2.5 times normal. Open rates is 3 basis points higher than normal. Click-to-open rate is 2 basis points higher than normal. So all of that is great. Again, with frenzied social posts, a lot of activity on our page visitors as well. In terms of leads, these are leads captured within the system. And system integration is something that we're continually trying to strive for, to try and improve it as we move forward. And that's why I think there are a lot more leads than this. These are the ones captured in the system. The ones in the system, 2/3 of those leads are net new prospects, which is actually really great. And that's exactly what we're trying to achieve in order to deepen the penetration of Comstor and Cisco within the partner landscape. Okay, 2 more things I'm going to run through quickly. Mentor. Mentor program is something that we're very proud of in Comstor. It has been something that has been around for a little while. And earlier this year, we did a new and improved version, which you can see here. And we did 3 different levels. The mentor core is as close to the previous mentor as you can get, and that involves some fantastic consultancy for the partner in a 9-month time frame. But in addition to that, we have alumni, which is close to a hall of fame. Think of it in that way. Those partners that are already loyal, already deeply associated with both Comstor and Cisco, and we have a separate community for them. And our essentials is really a grounding, much broader, much scalable, more scalable, I should say, in terms of trying to build that deeper rapport and relationship. We have launched this and developed it with the UK, with Clive and team. It's already running in France with Didier, also with Patrick in Netherlands and Belgium. Lynn's looking at it in Nordics, Vincent and Louise are looking at it in the Africa region, Renton's looking at it in the Middle East. And it's a differentiation for us if we get this right of building that extra rapport. We know all the time that our competition are looking at us. It has come as no surprise that one of those competitors has done a blatant plagiarism of this program with a name that's very, very similar. Ours is the original, it's the best. And when you look at the detail and the asset that are around it, it is something not just to be proud of, it's something that's going to add value. And that's the most important thing. So one more thing that I'm going to leave you with, just conscious of time. And this is a little bit of a sneak peek on a partner portal. And I think a partner portal is really, really important for us to build up that extra rapport with our partners. And it's something we're already working on and have a team associated with. It will start with a very personalized and secure logon. So when you come in, it will know who you are. And we'll also have webbot functionality in order to help and assist in inquiries or things that you want to find. In addition to that, we'll look at various configurators. There'll be a big focus on small business to start with. We'll leverage any expertise that there is within the confines of Cisco. And beyond the system, the product configurator in small business, there will be the potential to buy now. That came out strongly in the small business workshop session on e-commerce in particular earlier in the week. And we're looking to see how that can be best explored. In addition, there'll be training and certification. We'll look at loyalty programs. There'll be an event capability, and that would be linked to our system. So we'll know also if they've downloaded white papers or what they purchased. That's really important functionality because our German team in particular have got their own little portal at the moment that will come into this activity. There'll be promotions, there'll be content. The world is our oyster on this one if we get it right. We won't want to release it until we feel the capability is there. There's an active team on this right now as we speak. We hope the first looks on this will be in September. So look out for more detail on that. I'm sorry I ran through that a little bit quickly there at the end. Just so excited with all the things to share. As here in Comstor, we work so closely with Faith and the rest of the marketing team. So Russell, Katie, I'll hand back to you guys.
Second, I do have some questions for you. So, and Justin, we are going to be a couple of minutes late, so I'm going to hand over to you shortly. But first of all, thanks very much, both of you, for the input on that. I think the desire and ambition from both, actually, from Cisco and Comstor around this is fantastic. And, couldn't ask for anything more really around the desire. We have, and I think the quality and the content that's coming out from the Comstor team, your team, Tony, is really up the game in the last 6 months. And I think that's really great to see. And I think our relationship with Faith and your team now has really developed strongly. So that's so thank you for that, both of you. A couple of questions have come in actually. So if you'd like to come back to us afterwards with the answers, that's fine. But if we can see how we get on with them. So Faith, how can Cisco improve end user lead gen and feedback the leads back to our 2-tier? And then for the most advanced certified, i.e. security network and DC, can we put those through Comstor?
Okay, well,
how can we improve the lead gen?
how can we improve the lead gen? Well, we hand end user leads to you through 2 ways. First of all, you're part of our virtual demand center. I don't think you're prevalent in every single market, but I know certainly in South, you get a lot of our leads from all of the activities that we do online, particularly for small business. But the new initiative that we have kicked off in Q3, and we're sort of evolving and developing this quarter and into FY21, is Radius Digital. And this follows on from a concept that the US have been doing, where we will generate leads on behalf of you by creating end user webinars with the partners that you select. Now, by the end of Q4, I think, across our 3 global disties, we will have about 120 partners in the program. And then if you start to calculate how many of those partners are going to reach X amount of customers, all of a sudden you've got 8,000 to 10,000 end users that are ripe for follow-up. So this is the program that we really want you guys to invest in and be part of in FY21. We are seeing some fantastic results, and this ultimately is going to provide leads for those 2-tier partners. And we can make this cross-architecture. We've started already with the scale play, which Tony mentioned on security. And this can constantly evolve. It can be an always-on program for cross-collaboration, but also for single architectures too.
Super. Yeah, thanks, Faith. And we look forward to seeing more and more of those leads come through us that we can take to our partners. I think the important thing on that, of course, is the follow-up. It's great for us to get the leads. It's great to give them out to the partners. But our sales teams, we need to make sure that we are following up with those calls and make sure we're closing them out as well. Otherwise, that lead is just it goes to waste after a while. So that's part of the program that we would want to develop as well. Okay. Now, Faith, I know you've had a lot of questions about this many, many times, but I think it's important perhaps for you to reiterate the answer to the rest of the team on the call. Is it possible to get visibility of the trials that we've had that's gone out around security and collaboration?
Yeah, absolutely. So to be completely transparent with everyone, it has been an absolute nightmare on the data, getting the data, working out which customer aligns with which partner and disty. And yes, we have the data in the partner journey dashboard, but we have not set up the trial data in a data compliant way. So when a customer has been registering online and requesting to get a freemium account, we haven't been capturing it in a legal way that we can then pass on to you guys. Now, this has been addressed. Emma Roffey, my boss, she has addressed it way high up in the organisation, and we can't do anything about the trials that have already come through. But moving forward, and people will still be signing up for a lot more, we will have that data capture so we can then share those trials and get you guys to follow up on them. So it's a big error. We never knew how much this was going to explode. It's a good problem to have, but we're going to be fixing it moving forward.
Super. Okay. I know the teams are chomping at the bit to try and get hold of those to go follow up with their customers.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that. Tony, quick one for you. Tony, please ask your local marketing to translate users into local languages. Did you want to make a comment on the translations that we're doing at the moment?
Yeah, in fact, it's one of the biggest spends we have actually in the central team. So our remit is to absolutely translate materials and those assets to their market ready. That's part of the model we have. And we're pretty much doing that. One of the challenges, I think, has really been getting a really great translation agency. We've got 2 or 3, and some of them are better than others. But I think we're landing on one that I think is pretty good. And through the marketing community call that we have every single week, every Thursday morning without fail, we discuss all of these issues. And we're trying more and more to provide those assets market ready. So the intention is yes. If anybody has an issue with a particular language, please reach out to me personally, and we will do our best to make it market ready. That's the principle of the model.
Super. Thank you, Tony. We had a question from, more a comment, I think, from Karen in our Comstor Netherlands business. Can we have topics which Cisco Comstor wants to focus on earlier in the year and quarter? And I think this speaks to how you opened your presentation, Faith, in order to start the activities and run activities earlier in the time frame available. So I think you kind of answered that. I don't know if you wanted to give a summary back to that.
Yeah, I mean, we would love to, Tony and I talk about this all the time. We would love to give much greater visibility. The reality is sometimes we don't even know what sprints we're going to have ourselves a few weeks before the end of the quarter. So we have like literally a few weeks to get ready. And I think we always, unfortunately, Cisco defaults to what we're going to do for the customer before thinking about how the DISD and the partners can help us. So we are changing though, and I think with this biannual planning that will help. And I think as a business we do need to simplify things and stop throwing all this scale plays, the campaigns, the programs, the initiatives, the fast track. You know, we throw a lot at you, so we definitely want to make that effort to consolidate and, you know, working closely together, giving you those sneak peeks as soon as we hear that, rather than waiting until we've got our full story together.
Okay. Thank you, Faith. Thank you, Tony. There are some other questions coming, but we are up against the clock at the moment, so I'm going to leave it there for questions and we'll take the others offline if that's okay. But again, thanks a lot for joining us today, Faith and Tony. Really appreciate all the support that you give Comstor. Thank you. Right. And Justin, and just for everybody else on the call as well, we are running now 10 minutes behind schedule. We may make some of this up, but I just want to, as an announcement to speakers more than anything else. Justin, great to see you. I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you. Justin, I'm going to interrupt you a second there. We can't hear you at the moment.
Okay, how's that?
That sounds a lot better.
Double muted myself. Sorry about that.
All right. You can go from the top again. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So, morning, everybody. I'm going to be talking to you about some of the digital innovation projects that we have going. On screen right now, you can see the topics that I'm going to cover. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the data quality initiatives we have running with Cisco, the business-to-business integrations that we have we're going with Cisco as well. Ongoing evolution of how we handle Cisco annuity, renewals and renew view, and I'm going to try and leave sort of 10 minutes or so to talk about the net pricing project, which is going to become very real for us in Europe over the next few months. So firstly, data quality. So this is a project that's been running with the Cisco team for well over a year. Now, some of these items actually form part of our seal of compliance right now. So if we dip behind that target of 95, it starts to cause problems with us getting our rebates that we've earned and things like that. So this is not data quality for sort of vanity's sake. This is real, and it has some huge benefits to be highly efficient here. So the first one is serial number accuracy. So as you can see there, we're currently tracking at about 99.5, which is pretty good. And going through this project, we've actually identified some issues in the way that Cisco handle serial numbers. So there's some projects going on with the business units directly to try and clean that up. We've seen some issues on serialization flags on price lists and things like that. So those are being cleaned up. So this is not just a project for Comstor to clean up data quality. This is a two-way thing. We're finding things and we're both working on it. So it's a really good initiative. end user customer registry. So this is a project that's been going on for Cisco for probably about 2 years. As those of you who worked with CCW will probably remember, end customers, you could set up an end customer and it'd be a free form text field, more or less. So you ended up with 150 different versions of a Marks and Spencers or a company like that, just with slightly different spellings and all the rest of it. So over the last sort of 18 months, 2 years, there's been a project going on to clean all of that up and validate end users against a external source. Now, in September last year, that actually went live into CCW. So now new customers have to be registered and they have to conform to this registry. This is now flowing down to us. And we're working to conform to that as well. So it just means that our end user names and addresses and things like that will be clean. As you can see there, we're currently at 98.6, which is fairly good. And we are likely to see this thing called return for correction be switched on for us in August. We've opted out of it for now to really concentrate on fixing as much as we can with the systems before we do that. But essentially what that means is anything that doesn't validate will be pushed back to us. So DSV booking will be invalid until we fix it. So that's likely to come in around August time. We have this reseller rivet mapping. Now, this is pretty important as well. We've actually been working on this for 2 years. And the data here basically maps Comstor sold to numbers and sold to names to the Cisco partner data. Historically, it's been used for incentives. So if the reseller wasn't mapped correctly in there, it would not count for DIR or grow, those sorts of things. It also is used to give us our sold to number on the darts that we get sent. And from September this year, it's going to be used to validate the claims as well. So as we get this data correct, it should mean that there's less problems downstream with those sorts of things. And we can actually start building automations on some of this data. Currently at 98.6 here. Actually, if you look at Europe, we're at 99 point something. And South Africa and Africa, we've only really just started working on in the last few months. So that is going to improve substantially over the next few months. Now, mandatory attach. This is a target that we are. So this is an initiative that we're following. There's no real target for this. Now we are currently running at 94%, which Cisco tell me is the best in class. Now, this essentially means that 94% of the time for 9200s, 9300s, and those sorts of products, we are selling the license. Now, there are real reasons why you might not buy one. So that 6% could be, a valid 6%. But 94% of the time, we are selling the license, which is very, very good. And the project, though, has identified some issues that Cisco have fixed. So they released some products that didn't conform to this, to the model that we built a year or so ago. So that's now been corrected. And we've also identified some tweaks that we need to make in our B2B submissions to fix some mapping data. So yeah, it's good to go through these things because we can get them fixed and it all running smoothly. Okay, our business-to-business integration. So you would have seen some of this data on the presentation I did last year. The first item, distribution pricing plus, I'm pleased to say we are now working on making this live. I know I said that last year, but the reality is that we found some issues with the quality of the data in the report. So Cisco have been working very hard to fix that data. What we did not want to do is automate a price list that was wrong into our system. That was just going to cause lots of problems. So we are now very confident about the quality of the data in there. And also distribution pricing plus is a more complete price file for us. So we will get a higher level of products set up. So we'll see less requests to set up materials in the system because they're on the price list already. So that's a really good thing. And I'm just waiting for a time frame on that, but I think it'll be in the next couple of months that we'll move over to that. POS and inventory. So this is a fairly automated process for us in Comstor, but we don't actually use the EDI submissions to do that. So we are aiming to move to EDI submissions as part of the net price project. So a lot of the work's already been done on this. It's just sort of timing when that actually gets switched on. There's some template moves to make. So we're going to do that once rather than have to make a change now and then make a change again with net pricing. We've been working on changes for Brexit. So Brexit still is around, and we've been working on the best fit for what we need to change to interact and be compliant with all of the changes that we need to make from VAT points of view and taxes and bid submissions and all of those sorts of things. So in the last couple of weeks, we've got improved design. The plan is at the moment to go live with that in November ahead of the Brexit final date of the 31st of December. So advanced shipment notification. First stage of that work has now been done, and they're now working on an implementation timeline, which really involves how we use this data into SAP. So this has got things like when Cisco ship the product, they tell us the certificate of origin, they tell us the serial numbers that are shipping on that PO. So we'll be able to use that data and read it straight into SAP to improve efficiency of booking in and those sorts of things. And two new ones which I've added to the list as Cisco are now working on a promotion API, which is something I asked for a couple of years ago and a few times since. So at the moment, to set up things like Fast Track, we have to take a PDF, maybe at best a spreadsheet, and then we have to map that data into something that we can set up in our system to apply the discounts. Now, it's not very efficient at all. So this new API will allow us to pull all these information and automate the setup in our system. So we're really excited to see that. It should mean speed to set up at the beginning of a quarter should be much better, and accuracy of promotion and promotion changes should be much better as well. So we're pretty excited to see that. And finally, in the last couple of months, Cisco have released a mandatory attach API. So again, a similar way, we will be able to call an API to show us the software that maps to a product rather than taking a flat file and figuring it out and then putting it into the system. So it should be a much more efficient way of doing that. So that's currently being investigated to go into applications like OneView and PartnerView. Okay, so Cisco annuities. So you probably heard that this has been quite a challenge, and many of you would have heard the term "we've been building the plane while it's on the runway." Well, I think for annuity, a better analogy is we've taken off and we've had to redesign and rebuild it in flight. It's been much more challenging because we've had lots of orders that are billing every month. Which we need to keep whole, as well as making changes to make it more efficient. So we've made some big strides in the last couple of months, and the release that just went live this weekend involves a change to both OneView and Blue Sky. This essentially allows us to pull subscription quotes from CCW, and this would include renewals and modifications. So it'd be very clear to our salespeople that it's a subscription. It bills 36 months, and it's monthly. It's a renewal. This is the subscription number that was renewal. It's a modification. This is the subscription that's modifying, and this is what's changed. So much richer data for the people handling it, and that will also flow on to the quotes that we send to customers. They will see this too. So this is a fairly big change to the sort of quoting experience and how our customers see them. We've also made a change to allow OneView order entry to convert the annuity order into Blue Sky directly. This has been done manually to now, but to improve the speed and the accuracy and remove all the lag times that are involved in running templates, we're allowing one view order entry to do that directly. Also, we've taken care of if it's a mixed order. So if you've got a Flex annuity and some hardware that the Flex is going to run on, the hardware will split into SAP and the annuity will go into Blue Sky, and that all happens automatically. So good initiatives there. We've also dropped down to the line level, which means that we can properly match a customer PO. It's one of the challenges that we've had. And we've connected Blue Sky to CCW through APIs. So we're actually pulling all the subscription data into our own systems. Now that means that we can build some triggers to things like renewal dates, end dates, if it's auto renewing, those sorts of things we will see in our own systems now, and we can actually start to build triggers to do some things like send an email to a customer saying your renewal is due. Those sorts of things will be a huge benefit to us in handling these annuities and renewals and things. Moving on to the next big release, which is in August. Some of you may be aware that for annuities, we now have two other currencies that we can buy from Cisco in, euros and GBP. So we've been running these things manually at the moment while it's in pilot. So it's possible to do this now, but manually. But the August release will build support into the tool. So we'll be able to consume the quotes into one view, quote in local currency, knowing that the vendor currency we're buying in is correct as well. So that's a big enhancement coming for August. So we're making big steps in annuity, but it is, it's something that's evolving quite quickly as well. Okay, so quickly on to renewals and Renew View. So over the last few months, we've been really looking at the process end to end, what the steps are to drive automations and see where we can make improvements to that. So we're looking at automating 1 and 3 year support. So multi-year element of that happens manually today. So we're looking to make that much more automatic. We're looking to be able to drive a lot more of this quoting activity directly in partner view. One of the challenges that we didn't have the ability for a customer to download quotes and notification that quotes were there. So that's being looked at for a target date of August. We're looking to improve functionality to allow salespeople to track what has actually been quoted and sent to a customer. This is particularly a challenge for things that have been automatically generated. So there's some enhancements coming for that. And we're also investigating the use of the auto quote functions within Cisco to drive those directly into Renew View. So that's a project that we're hoping to have some news on in the next couple of weeks. In fact, we asked for some changes to be made to that just yesterday. We also found out as part of this project that there are now software auto quotes available from Cisco. So we're actually investigating whether we can actually use the same auto quote process to drive software renewals through this automation as well. So that could be a really big enhancement for the next few months. And and my next set of slides really start talking about net pricing, but services in particular are fairly affected by net pricing in changes that happen in CCWR, but also with the retirement of SMS SKUs, which are used quite a lot with renewals. So with that, I'll get on to net pricing. So net pricing we need to think about as really a global standard for Cisco. If you actually look at what happens in each region, although we're dealing with the same products, well, how we're actually handling them is slightly different. So the way APAC deal with services, although it's the same part numbers, is different to the way that EMEA do it, and it's different to the way that US does it. So this is as much about globally standardizing the process for distribution within Cisco as anything else. For us in Comstor, what it means is all Cisco dropship orders will move to a front-end price support. So for us, that's back-to-back orders that hit the warehouse, dropship orders that go direct to a customer, and all intangibles, so services and software. They all move to front-end. So it's a fairly big change. Only items that ship from inventory, so TAN items, will generate POS and generate a claim. Everything else will be POSless and will generate a front-end PO price adjustment. Darts are going to be retired and they'll be being replaced by price communication vehicles or PCVs. All approved deals will generate a PCV. CBNs don't today, so we don't receive anything for that. We have to set up based on the deal ID. So all of that business will then generate a PCV. And CBN will be retired really this time. I know we heard that with DSV, that was the hope, but CBN will be retired this time. For Middle East and Africa, net pricing will be going live with DSV at the same time. So there's a double change happening there. So we really need to have that in mind. I'll talk about that in a little bit and a bit more detail. And as I said a minute ago, SmartNet dollar-based SKUs, so the SMS SKUs will be retired and will finally be moving to enterprise SKUs. Now that has some fairly big implications to what we can do with automations that are out there, what we can do with web services that use enterprise SKUs. So there's some fairly big changes that we can drive off the back of moving to enterprise SKUs. Now, we've actually been working on net pricing for quite a long time. I think it was at least 18 months ago we had the first meeting about net pricing with the Cisco global team. Both the teams in EMEA and the teams in APAC have contributed to the technical documentation and reviewed stuff. And I've got to say, Cisco have made a lot of changes on the back of ours and other disties feedback. So what we really see now is something they're going to, we can see some of the comments that we made driving the changes. We've now drafted what we believe the sales processes should be to take advantage of all these changes. I've just listed down there the systems that are changed or touched in some way by the net pricing project. And those of you who know the Comstor systems, it's basically all of them. So, price supports, SAP, the DSV changes, although we've completed those already, POS changes, our quoting tools change, Blue Sky potentially changes, as does BI. So everything changes in some way. So it's quite a lot to manage, just to put some sort of scope of size on it. The timeline for this, you can see on the bottom here. So the pilot countries are really working right now. So they go live in August. We are in the first official wave, which is wave 1. So this hits Europe right at the end of October. So it's Q2 for Cisco. Okay. Wave 2 is the next quarter, which hits Australia and New Zealand. And the red boxes are the boxes where DSV is already operating. Okay, so this is a net price change. As we get into Q4 of FY21 and Q1 at FY22, the yellow boxes basically mean it's net pricing and DSV at the same time. And particularly that last wave, wave 4, there's 84 distributors in that release. And I actually think we've got a big opportunity within Comstor for those DSV and net price releases, because we're on a global system, and wave 1 will have net price working. Wave 2 will probably make some tweaks, but essentially it's the same system be extended, and it'll be the same for wave 3, the same for wave 4. So we will have a working system as we go through all of those waves. We don't have to restart it for each wave. And that's going to be really important. And as we go out into the non-DSV countries, a lot of the challenges with DSV wasn't about the technicalities of how to do it. It was about managing it within the business. So training our people, and the Cisco AMs getting used to what DSV means to them. We've got tons of experience in how to do that and what it means for people. So we can add a lot of value in that and really show Comstor as the trusted pair of hands for these sorts of changes. Okay, so last slide here is around what's actually going to happen next. So I've already had a number of design sessions with the stream. So this is really getting into the detailed changes that we need to run. And I've got more of those this week and next week. We then need to do validations and make sure that we've integrated in with the existing projects. There's a number of projects that are going to affect these systems over the coming months. So we've been really talking to the teams to make sure that they understand what this change is and how it potentially adds value to what they're already doing. So we're synced up and we're not going to get any surprises. The resourcing is going to happen after these meetings in the next few days. And our development window for this is really July and August. We've already been unit testing changes that we made, so that will continue. But the real testing starts to come when the simulation environments come up for both organizations. So our testing window is between August and November for go live. As you can see by the number of systems that I flashed up on the previous slide, it's going to affect a lot of our people. So we need to make sure that we've started training in probably September and October to make sure that everybody's familiar with what's going to change and what it's going to mean for them. And in the call I had with Cisco yesterday, we were talking about the cutover of darts. So if we took a snapshot now, there's about 16,000 darts that need to cut over to PCV. So we're talking about how Cisco are going to do those in batches and what we need to do. So it's going to be quite a serious cutover activity. It's not just flicking a switch. So we need to be mindful of that. And as I said earlier, for our colleagues in APAC and Middle East and Africa, our global instance of SAP and all of the other systems should really help us with this move through these waves. We'll have a lot of experience and we'll be building on them for each waves. And particularly for Africa and Middle East, the DSV live going at the same time, I think is a big opportunity for us to really add value and the experience that we've got running DSV in Europe for 2 years already. Okay. So, that was my last slide. Back to you, Russell. Are there any questions?
Hi, Justin. Yeah, thank you for that. A couple of comments. We do have some questions actually, but I think with time pressing at the moment, they're from our teams internally. We're going to come back to those outside of the session. But I do want to just say, we're really grateful for you, all the effort you put into this. These are complex subjects, and the consequences of implementing a system have a knock-on effect of others. Some of those are positive, some of them need to be mitigated, and I think your description of how you're going about that today, just to bring that alive, was really powerful. So thanks for doing that, Justin, and we really value what you do for our business.
Thank you.
Justin, thanks a lot. I will. I'm going to move on now, so I will catch up with you later. Good to see you. Hi everybody. Okay, so now we have made up a few minutes of time as well, actually. So thanks for that, Justin. I'm not going to attempt to describe our next guest, but I'm going to hand over to Larry, and I'm looking forward to this session immensely. So Larry, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I think there's going to be a video, short video.
Is that Prince Harry?
Oh my word!
This will be unbelievable. So you ready for this?
Yeah.
Big Bang. You see
Oh my god!
Stop, that was an F.
Nice, yo, that's crazy, dude. Whoa.
Hi, my name is Larry Soffer, and I'm a mentalist. I read minds, I predict the future, I bend metal, I do weird and wonderful things. You guys are going to get to experience some of that here today. I'm sure you're excited for it. We're going to have some people come up onto the screen right now, and we're going to do a little bit of a warm-up with everybody back home, so you can all join in with me. So everybody extend your right arms out like this, and your left arms out like that. Great. And everybody face me, and raise your arms, and lower, and raise, and lower, and raise, and thank you so much. I'm just teasing. I'm just kidding with you guys. Everybody go like this. Point your right thumbs down towards the floor, your left thumbs down towards the floor, cross your arms, and come back and cross your fingers. So your pinkies are facing up, your thumbs are facing down, and your arms and your hands are crossed. Don't uncross your fingers. Just do this. Now that we got you all warmed up, and I see you guys are struggling a little bit with that there, but we got you all warmed up with this. Are you all ready for the show? Great, I'm sure you all are. And there's a way that we can show our love here today. I know that maybe you can't all clap, but especially when we welcome guests up onto the screen. So we're going to get some guests up onto the screen right now. And as we're getting the guests up, I'm going to show you how we're going to do what we call a virtual clap, okay? A virtual round of applause. So you can raise your hands like this, and by the side of your face like that, and you can shimmer it like that. That's great. So that's the way you can show your love here today, especially if you want to give a round of applause, and that's the way we're going to make it happen. So I see there's a lady over here. What is your name, madam?
Freda.
Heather?
Freda.
Heather.
Freda.
Heather. So Heather, I had a dream about you last night, and in my dream, you chose a card. I saw which card you chose. This morning, I turned that card upside down in this pack. So if you had to think of a card right now, and it had to match that card that's upside down, that'd be crazy, right? Yeah? What card would you think of, Heather? Oh, wow, you've got a playing card right over there. And what is that card?
The 8 of, I would say, clover.
Of clover, 8 of clubs. This is so crazy. Look, inside this pack, there's one card that's turned face down in the entire face-up pack. Wouldn't it be so weird if that was the...
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you very much. Okay. So now I would like to try something with this gentleman. I'd like to actually take this to the next level right now. And what is your name?
Patrick.
Patrick. Do you have a phone with you, Patrick?
Yes.
Awesome. And what kind of phone are you using?
iPhone.
iPhone, perfect. So can you go onto your Safari and then type in how many articles are there on Wikipedia? I'm going to show you, Patrick, how impossible this next effect is that I'm about to do.
Yeah.
So you're going to type in that full phrase, how many articles are there on Wikipedia? Have you done that? Almost there.
Yes, we're there.
Okay, cool. All right, so Patrick, you should see a website that says Wiki Count. Do you see that there? It should be the first or
Yes.
second website there. You can click into that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then I want you to actually show us on the screen, show us what it says over there. Oh, that's great. So it says there are approximately 6 million articles, right?
Yeah.
And is that of today, Patrick?
Yeah, as of the 25th of June. Yeah.
As of the 25th of June, today, right? 6 million
Yeah.
articles, and how many words per article?
1,386. 68.
1368. 1368. So if I took 1,368 times 6 million, that would be about 8 to 9 billion words on Wikipedia, right?
Yeah.
Patrick, I know this is impossible, but where are you in the world right now?
I'm in the Netherlands.
In the Netherlands. So while you're in the Netherlands and I'm here in Cape Town, across this telephone call, I'm going to read your mind. I know this is impossible, but today's the time for new normal, new opportunities, right?
Okay.
So that's why I actually created this show in the first place, is because in the first place, it would be impossible for me to be able to do that. But I believe in the new normal, I believe in new opportunities, and today we're going to make that happen, all right? So I want you to scroll down, and there should be an option for you to visit Wikipedia. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Great, Patrick. If you could click into that for me. And once you're inside Wikipedia, I want you to go into the little magnifying glass, the little search bar.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm there.
Great. Perfect. And then I want you to type in any friend or family member's name, somebody who there's no way that I could possibly know. Could be anyone in the
Name,
world.
just a name?
Family member. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, cool. In fact, why don't you delete every single letter, rather delete every single letter, and rather think of a celebrity instead. That way you know you'll definitely get an article. And tell me when you got something.
I can't click on visit Wikipedia. It doesn't work.
Okay, I'll tell you what, go back to the original page.
Yeah, and then I'll go back.
So go back to where it says 6 million articles.
Yeah.
I want to show you how impossible this really is, right? So you got on that page where it says 6 million articles.
Yeah.
How many words per article are there now? You could show me that page again. Just
1152.
1152. Amazing. 1152. You can see that the amount of words per article has changed. So you can see Wikipedia is an open source. So people are changing words, adding articles all the time. So if you could click on that link to visit Wikipedia again.
Yeah.
And go into the little magnifying glass and type in any celebrity's name.
Okay.
Any celebrity in the world. Could be an actor, actress, singer. It could be a musician. It could be a sports star. It could be absolutely anybody in the world. Let me know when you got something.
Yeah.
Yes. Have you pressed search?
I've searched it. Yeah.
Okay, great. If you could scroll down through your article and think of so you've got an actor, you've got an article. Scroll down through the article and think of a nice long word, a word with more than 6 or 7 letters. So you know that if I get this right, this will be super impressive. And make sure that the word is totally related to your celebrity, right? It's a totally random word.
Let me see.
You got something?
Yeah, I have a word.
Okay, great. So put your phone face down so there's no way I could see anything. Put your hand toward the screen like this. Great. And I want you to think of the first letter of your word. I'm going to try and form a connection right now. If I could read your mind right across this internet call, this would be insane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to think of the first letter of your word. In your mind, just repeat that first letter over and over, like R. R. Is it an R? Or an A, maybe? It's not an R. Is it an A? Wait, I'm getting that there's like something that looks like an R and something that you were thinking of. I think it was the celebrity. In fact, that was a B, wasn't it? And don't tell me the celebrity's name, but it was a capital B that you were thinking of. And then there's also an A. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was picking up. What is the first letter of the random word that you were thinking of?
Sorry? Can you repeat that?
The first letter of the random word that you thought of.
C.
C. Can you spell out your word in your mind, letter by letter, just in your mind, never out loud? Start now. Stop, Patrick. That was an N for Nelly. The third letter down, you looked at the letter N. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
from the
N.
letter
Yeah.
N. Spelling now. Stop. That was a T. And in your mind, Patrick, you skipped all the way to the end of the word. You looked at the letter Y. You were thinking, this is unbelievable. Somehow Larry's in my head. He knows what my word is.
Yeah.
Patrick,
Definitely.
I have no idea what your word is, but I want you to spell it out from beginning to end. You can relax your hand. I'm going to try and pick this up from your mind right now, Patrick. Very good. Very good. I'm getting something. You can relax your hand, Patrick. I'm definitely getting something here, Patrick. You're amazing. You're sending me the information so clearly. Patrick, out of 6, 7, 8 billion words on Wikipedia, depending on how people are adjusting it and adding words and taking away words and so on, you thought of one particular word. If I know what your word is, if this is your word right now, this would be out of this world, right?
It's very impressive then.
So for the first time, Patrick, what was your word?
Constantly.
Constantly.
No way. Yeah, right.
Crazy, right? So crazy. And Patrick, before you thought of constantly, you thought of a celebrity, right? And don't tell me who you thought of. I'm going to try and receive this from your mind. I'm getting that you wanted to think of an actress and then you changed your mind to a musician. Is that right?
No way. No way. No way. This is not possible.
It's not possible, right? Because you didn't even search for the actress. You just typed in the singer or the musician's name instead. In fact, as I said singer, you were thinking, no, it's not a singer. It's somebody who plays the piano. Is that Bach?
No way.
And before you wanted to think of Angelina Jolie, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And what's even crazier is before that, you thought of a family member.
Yeah.
And you didn't even search for that family member. Your phone wasn't able to search and stuff like that at the beginning. So you searched for Bach instead. And you just got this family member in your mind right now, right?
Yeah, true.
Is it a male?
It's a male. Yeah, in a sense, it's a male.
Is it a family member?
I consider it as a family member.
Or is it just like your dog? Is it your pet? Yes. So I want you to imagine you're holding your pet out in front of you right over here. And I want you to say hello and say his name, okay? Just in your mind, never out loud. We're going to do that now, Patrick. I'm going to try and receive this from you right now. So you'd say hello. Loki? So crazy, right?
Yeah, that's the dog. That's my dog's name. Yeah, correct.
Now, Patrick, this is the new normal. As you can see, there is so much room for new opportunities. Imagine if this is possible. Imagine what else is possible in your life. In fact, I believe that during this time, we're not really able to travel. And I'm just going to get some things over here for you guys so you can see this over here. Great. So you can see this prediction inside here, right?
Yeah.
Correct. So I'm gonna leave this in full view so you can see it the entire time. And I'm also going to use my watch over here. And Patrick and Heather, right?
Fred.
Heather, yes? how do I spell it?
F-R-E-D. Fred, like Frederick.
Heather.
Yes.
Feather. Okay, cool. So Feather, you and Patrick and myself, we're going to go on an imaginary trip. I know that during this time we can't travel, but I believe that with our imaginations, we can break all boundaries. All right? So Heather, Frederica, like that. Feather.
Yes.
Freda. Okay, great. It was the accent with the it's very difficult for me, but Freda, I want you to imagine that you're in some place in the world that you would love to be in right now. Any place in the world, some place that you'd love to travel to maybe when lockdown is totally ended. Do you have that place in mind?
Yes.
Okay, great. And what is the name of that place?
The name?
Yes.
It's a little place. It's Pleubian. It's in France. Pleubian. Yes.
Okay, great. So Pleubian, Patrick, yourself, Freda, and myself on Pleubian. We're in a restaurant, and Patrick, you're looking across the way, and you see a big building, and on that building there is a massive clock. What is the hour on that clock from 1 to 12, Patrick?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay. And what is the minute?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, great. So you could have thought of any time, but before we got started, remember I set my watch to a particular time. And as you can see, it says exactly.
No way.
Yes, incredible.
You can see
Incredible,
that?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, see it. Yeah.
It's a little bit bright. It's a little bit bright, but you can see it's actually really 10 past 3. And Freda, you could have chosen any place in the world, but you chose Pleubian, right? Okay, and what is that place? Does that place mean something to you?
A lot, yes. It's my family place.
Your family's place. Is that where they stay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you chose a particular place. You chose your family's place because it meant something to you. And before I got started, I got like an idea of how this place is spelt in my mind. I don't know if I spelt it absolutely 100%, but I wrote down a place inside this box over here. You could have chosen any place, but you chose.
I don't see.
Get the light down on that.
Pleubian. Yes, it's yes. Excellent.
Yeah. Is that how you spell it? Pleubian?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. Patrick and Twitter, you were amazing.
Thank you.
Now, I know during this time it's very difficult to make things go right, but I believe that I have a very special message for you guys. In fact, I want to teach you all this. And let me just move this a little bit out of the way here so you can see this. In fact, this is a magic trick that I learned when I was a little kid, and it's with elastic band. You guys can see that the elastic band is around these fingers. Yes. And you can see it's definitely around these 2 fingers over here. And even though it's around these 2 fingers, I'm going to make it jump. So a little snap of the fingers makes it jump. Yes. So we'll try this again, but I'm going to make it jump to the other 2 fingers, a little snap. And you can see it jumps. Crazy, right? Now, I don't know if you guys have your elastic bands at home, but you should definitely bring them out right now. And Patrick and Freda, I don't know if we're going to have you back or we're going to choose some other volunteers. But I want you guys to see this. I've created a little barrier right now. Okay. The elastic band is still around these two fingers. And you guys can see this over here. It's around these two fingers. A snap of the fingers makes it jump. And once again, we'll do it one more time. You can see there's the elastic band with the barrier. A snap of the fingers makes it jump. Now, the two gentlemen that I saw, I'm assuming that you have your elastic bands with you, yes? Andrew and Lynn, is that right?
That's correct.
Go ahead, try this out. I want you to try this with the elastic bands. Can you make it happen? No. And everybody at home right now, make it happen. And if you guys are enjoying this right now, I want to see your chats in the chat box, see your comments. Are you able to do it, Andrew? No? And Lynn?
Definitely not.
No, not at all, right? Now, the reason why I'm showing you this is because I believe that you're capable of magic. And the simple reason why you can't make this happen is because you don't know how. So let me show you. Here's an elastic band around these two fingers. I do a secret move where I pull it down where you guys can't see it. I put all 4 fingers into that loop so the elastic band rests around those 4 fingers. Can you see that? Right? And then you can see that there. And then when I open up my hand, it jumps. So once again, pull it down, put all 4 fingers inside, open up, and it jumps. So Andrew and Lynn, can you do that now? Amazing. Yes, did you do it?
Yeah, it worked.
So did it work? Yes, let's see it.
Yeah.
So pull it down, put all 4 fingers inside, and then make it jump. Let's see, Lynn, did it jump? Yeah, amazing, you did it. You did it, amazing. And now you're probably thinking, well, what about the barrier? So take another elastic band and just crisscross it over your fingers so you create a little barrier. And do exactly the same move. You pull down, put all 4 fingers inside. Can I see your hands on the screen so everybody can see? Right. And open up your hand. And it jumps. Incredible. Now, why does that happen? Because the elastic band moves from here to here, just like this. And I hope everybody is getting this at home. And I'll show you one last time, just in case you didn't get it. You pull it down, put all 4 fingers inside, so they're all resting there, and you open up your hand, and it jumps. And that's the simple secret. Remember, don't show anybody that you're pulling it down. So pull it down over here while you're looking in everybody's eyes, and then show them, and then open up your hand, and you see it jumps. Now, why did I show you this? Because I believe that we are in difficult times right now, but I do believe that the only times when we failed in our life is when we didn't apply the knowledge we already knew or didn't have the knowledge to begin with. So that brings about 2 very simple solutions. Either apply what you know or go out and get the knowledge you need and create your dreams. Make your dreams a reality. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Now, I really do believe that that's the real secret of anything. You've just got to be interested enough to find out the knowledge that you need to be able to make your dreams a reality, and then apply that knowledge, and you can make any good thing real. In fact, on that note, we're going to try something with the entire audience right now. If we could get like maybe 3 or 4 people up onto the platform over here, maybe 3 people, that would be great. And you can see that we can do this with these cards. Do you guys have your cards?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So make sure you just have 4 cards in your hand. And everybody at home, it's either 4 cards or 4 pieces of paper with little drawings on it. Great. So you guys got it. Can you guys give your cards a good shuffle? So put them face down and give them a good mix. And let me see you mixing them. Can I see your cards, Patrick and Andrew and Freda? Great. Fantastic. Now I want you to take the cards end for end. You have the 2 short ends in your hand. And then grab the center and tear it in half. Great. Then I want you to take either the right hand half and put it on top of the left, or the left hand half and put it on top of the right. Totally up to you. Now we're going to do what's called a little love ritual. I hope everybody's partaking at home. And the reason why this is called the love ritual is because if this happens, you're going to have love for the rest of the year. All right? So I want you to take 3 cards off the top, 1, 2, 3, and put them somewhere in the middle. Not at the top, not at the bottom, somewhere in the middle. Great, give me a thumbs up when you got it. Awesome, very good. Oh, by the way, take the top card, don't look at it, and place it either in your pocket or sit on it, whatever you prefer. Now you guys are going to do a series of shuffles that are going to be your own shuffles. Everybody's going to be different. Oh, don't shuffle just yet. Don't shuffle just yet, Patrick. So Patrick, so Freda, did you shuffle?
Yes.
You did. Okay, we're going to start again. So that
Sorry.
I'm going to give you the options of how to shuffle. So everybody, once again, take your cards, tear them in half. So a new pack of cards, a new pack if you can, Freda. Great.
Ah.
Yes, a new 4 cards.
New 4 cards.
Very good. Okay, put them face down and tear them in half. Excellent. Put the right hand half on top of the left or the left hand half on top of the right, up to you. Then take the top 3 cards and put them somewhere in the middle. Not at the top, not at the bottom, somewhere in the middle. Great. Oh, and then, oh yeah, I almost forgot again. Just take the top card and place it in your pocket or sit on it. Great. Now I'm going to give you a series of instructions that you're going to be able to make your own decisions with, okay? So take either 1, 2, or 3 cards off the top and place them somewhere in the middle. Either 1, 2, or 3 and place them somewhere in the middle. Great. If you're at home and you have somebody that you're doing this with, you can swap the next card. If you don't swap the next card, just take the next card and place it somewhere in the middle. Take the top card and place it somewhere in the middle. Great. Now, the reason why we're shuffling like this is because love can be very confusing, but at the end of the day, love brings us all together. Okay? So now we're going to do one more move. You can either do absolutely nothing from here, or you can take 1, 2, or 3 cards, totally up to you, and place them somewhere in the middle, not at the top, not at the bottom, just somewhere in the middle. So either nothing, or take 1, 2, or 3 cards off the top and put them somewhere into the middle. All got it? Great. Now we're going to do the love game. So you're going to take the top card and say, she loves me, and put it to the bottom.
She loves me.
Or in Freda's case, you could say, he loves me. Yes. And the next card, you're going to throw it away and say, she loves me not, or he loves me not.
He loves me not.
Okay, great. The next card to the bottom, say, she loves me.
She loves me. He loves me.
Yes, and you put it to the bottom. Very good. And take the next one and throw it away and say, she loves me not.
He loves me not.
Great. Take the next one and put it to the bottom and say, she loves me.
He loves me.
And the next one, throw it away, say, she loves me not.
He loves me not.
Loves me not.
Good. Take the next one, place it to the bottom. Say, she loves me.
She loves me.
Loves me.
Great. And then with vigor, say, she loves me not, or he loves me not.
Loves me not. She loves me not.
Great. The next one to the bottom, say, she loves me. Then she loves
me.
She loves me not.
Loves me.
Loves me not.
Did you do she loves me again? Yes. And then she loves me not.
She loves me not.
Oh, Freda, did you do she loves me?
Yes, but I've got 2.
You got 2. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So do it again. She loves me.
He loves me.
Oh, no. Don't throw it away.
Sorry.
Put it to the bottom, say she loves me. And then the next one, say she loves me not.
He loves me not.
So I don't know if yours worked, Freda, because It got a little bit confusing there for you, but that's okay.
Sorry, I'm a girl. I'm a girl.
It's okay. It's okay. This is where the magic happens. Reach into your back pocket or under your bum, take the card out, and see. Did it match? Fred's didn't, and that's okay. Andrews, did yours?
No way.
Yes. Thank you very much. I know it got a little bit confusing.
It did.
And for Patrick,
No way.
for everybody back home. If it worked, just comment in the chat. I'm sure it did work for you guys. You were amazing. Thank you very much. Now, Freda, Patrick, and Andrew, you're going to stand here with me.
That's
Freda made it work anyway. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, great. So you guys are going to stay here with me because I had a dream last night. And in my dream, somebody tried to take over the world. And it was an evil villain. And you guys are going to decide who these characters will be. So there was an evil villain and there was a superhero that came to save the day. And he used a specific weapon and he saved the love of his life. And you guys are going to choose who and what these items will be. And remember, you can either choose somebody from a comic book already that exists or somebody who's a totally made-up name. So, Andrew, let's start with yourself. You're gonna think of an evil villain. Right? Any evil villain, you can be as creative as you want to. All right. Yeah. And you're gonna make it like either a comic books evil villain or a totally made up name. Patrick, you're gonna think of a superhero. Freda, you're gonna think of the weapon that's gonna be used by the superhero. And then Andrew, once again, you can choose the love of the superhero's life. All right. So, Andrew, what is the supervillain's name?
Brain.
Brain. Amazing.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we got Brain. Then we got the superhero from Patrick.
Captain America.
Amazing. I love it. Captain America. Captain America. Excuse my handwriting over here. It's a little bit difficult to write to the side. And then, Freda, what is the weapon that our superhero, Captain America, is going to use to defeat Brain?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's okay. Any weapon. It can be absolutely anything. It could be Captain America's shield. It could be a sword. It could be anything you want.
A sword. Yeah, it's perfect.
A sword. Are you sure? I don't want to be influencing you. Are you happy with the sword? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. A sword. All right. And then, Andrew, what is the love of Captain America's life? What is her name?
Pinky.
Pinky. I love it. I love it. Pinky. Amazing. So we got Brain coming to take over the world, Captain America saving the day, and we have he's going to use a sword, and he's going to save the love of his life, Pinky. You guys chose these items. You could have chosen absolutely anything. Last night I had a dream, and in my dream, certain weird things happened, and I wrote it down on a piece of paper this morning, and then I put that piece of paper inside an envelope, and that's why I've got this bulky wallet here. And that wallet has a zipper compartment. You can see that right over there. I'm going to be very fair about this. We'll just open up the zipper compartment. And you can see there's an envelope inside. This envelope is completely sealed. It's stapled all the way around. I don't know if you guys can see that. Stapled all the way around. And it's got a sticky dot right over here. I'll be very fair about this. You can see there's a piece of paper inside.
Yeah.
You guys could have chosen absolutely anything. This is so crazy. Because this says, last night I had a dream that there was an evil villain named Brain that tried to take over the world, and luckily Captain America was there to save the day with a secret weapon called a sword. He helped us win the battle and save the love of his life. I think
No
Andrew,
way.
Incredible.
Thank
That's
you very
insane.
much. I'm
That's
Larry
insane.
Soffer. Thank you for having me. Remember, anything is possible. We can make our dreams a reality. Thank you so much, guys.
Hi, Larry. Thanks a lot. That was amazing.
You're very welcome.
Really,
Thank you for having me.
yeah, it was really good. And by the way, it worked for me. Yeah.
Oh,
So
great.
yeah, it all worked out.
That's
so
amazing. That's
it's really
amazing.
good.
I'm sure it worked for everybody back home too. Thank you once again for having me. It was a great event.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you. And with that, Larry, thanks very much. We are going to just take a short break, I think, and we've got the roving reporter is back in the room.
Yeah,
so, back in the studio.
In the studio, made it.
So good to see you. I think we're going to take a break now. A couple of things. So first of all, we'd like to try and get back by 10 past the hour. So would appreciate if you could do that just to make up a little bit of time. We have got the puzzle that's going to run in here. In a minute after I've finished, you're going to see a new screen and it's going to give you some instructions on how to proceed with the puzzle. Just to be clear, you can go and grab a coffee, go and do what you need to do, then come back and start the puzzle. You don't need to do it immediately, but you do need to do it and have it completed like a couple of minutes before 10 past, because we're going to cut it off, the puzzle, and then we're going to see who the winner is. And the winner gets a Bose sound-linked speaker. So take a break and we'll see you back in 10 minutes and hopefully somebody will pick up that speaker. So see you soon. Thanks a lot.
Hey guys, welcome back from the quick break there. Just before we kick off into the next session, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Andrew, Fred, Patrick and Lim for being such good sports with Larry Soffer on the previous session. Russell and I were doing it here in the room and cheering with you, and completely mesmerised by the magic tricks that he was performing.
Yeah,
So
really
thanks
good.
for that.
Yeah, really good. So thank you guys. Yeah, and we do have a winner for the puzzle. I don't know if you recognise the picture in the puzzle, but yeah, it's we do have a winner, and it is Mike Kubelt. Well done, Mike. And if there's one thing someone who's leading our collaboration business really needs is another speaker. So anyway, we'll wing that over to you, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So moving on to our next speaker, I am delighted to announce Andy Brocklehurst, who's going to give us an update on all things Meraki. Over to you, Andy. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I can't believe you put me on after Larry. That is just really unfair. And it's like, she loves me not, she loves me not, she loves me not. And Andrew Vogue, I think, will be known as Pinky Brain from this point in. So look, thanks both for inviting me along, and hello everyone. I'm hoping you'll have an enjoyable session. I'm going to move across to the presentation now. So let me just minimize. I won't be able to see you. So let me just go straight in. Right. So I'm going to spend 15 to 20 minutes on the delivery of the content, and then hopefully 10 to 15 minutes on discussion. So I'll break out the presentation, and then we can open up the mics and have a discussion and get the input on Q&A if needed. So just to start off with, we've got this period of fluidity around assets, workforce, and organisations. We've seen already, if you look at the majority of IT assets,
your screen isn't pulling up on screen. You've just got a black screen. If you can share your PowerPoint, please.
Let me just go out. Worked so well in rehearsal. I'm not getting the prompt now to end presentation.
We're not seeing your screen. If you can just share your screen, please.
Yeah, but I haven't got a prompt to stop sharing and then to start sharing again. That's lost my browser.
It's because he's on full screen, exit full screen.
So if you could maybe just do a quick refresh, and we'll pull you back in, and I'll put Russell and Katie back in the meanwhile.
Okay, let me quit, and I'll come back out and come back in.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, so we'll just take a couple of minutes while we get Andy's presentation to share.
And just actually good to call out while we're waiting. So Andy did build some time in after his slides for Q&A. So if you've got Q&A specifically, please post them into the room, and Russell and I will host the questions with him after his session. Okay.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, any feedback is welcome, of course, as I said earlier at the top of the show. If you have any feedback and questions, and those that we don't get live today, we will come back to you following the sessions. We are really interested to hear what you thought about the whole experience actually at the end of this event, and we will be sending out a questionnaire just to give us some feedback. This has been a bit of a new experience for all of us, people hosting, but people speaking, but also for you as well, listening in, and it'd be interested to know whether you thought this was a good way of going about that. Yeah, so any feedback that you've got would be really welcome. Thank you. So have you got any jokes?
I can tell you I'm the worst joke teller in the world. It's not my strong suit.
I can never remember them. That's my problem. Okay.
Have you got me?
There you go. We can hear you, Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Can you now see my screen?
Let's have a look. One sec. It's not been pulled up. There we go.
Yep, we can.
It's not in present. There we are.
Yeah.
There we go. That's
Perfect.
it. Okay. Thank you, Andy. Over to you.
Brilliant. Let's start again. So I mentioned there I'm just going to have a little bit of content and then we'll get into a discussion. So let's get into this fluidity piece, fluidity in assets, workforce and organizations. So if you look down in the bottom left-hand corner there, we've already seen this, the cloud and off-site IT infrastructure accelerate past our traditional infrastructure. That happened in Q3 of 2018, so we're well past that point. Also, if you look at this this piece around workforce fluidity and the fact that when you look at what Deloitte are talking about, disruptive outsourcing, this is already occurring. We've got a lot more outsourcing occurring. This is, again, cloud and automation that's driving that. And then finally, this fluid organization and this fact that the brands that are most successful are the ones that are platforms. You know, obviously Apple's in there, but Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and of course Meraki, but they're not quite in the top 10 brands at the moment. So what's creating this fluidity and there's this reinvention that's occurring? I won't go through all of these, just pick a couple of these out. The mobile IoT devices proliferating. There's 79.4 predicted zettabytes of data by 2025. And if you think again around some of the offerings we have, and in particular surveillance, video surveillance is being pulled out in this report as being one of the key drivers, AI in those video surveillance devices being a good example of that. So I think what we'll start to see is the MV range of product becoming a really key thing that can be inserted into a managed service offering, and the Comstor can the capture and leverage that. And then finally, this one, the internet edge moving to the branch. Already, we see 70% of the branches having direct internet access. And just moving down into the cyber attacks, I know we've got some of the security specialists on the line, so they can maybe call out any inaccuracies in these data points. But 82% of organizations admit to not using VPNs, and 97% of malware attacks are targeting DNS. All right, so we'll come on to some of those points in a second. But what about the market? And this, again, is specific to managed services and the opportunity there. The CAGR growth is split evenly across the different segments within the marketplace. The 10% of that you can see here is in SMEs, and a lot of the target and success we're having already is within the SMB space. In fact, Meraki itself already accounts for 95% of the managed service revenue that we deliver into the small businesses, right, in EMEA, 95%. So Comstor, let's have a little look. How's Comstor doing? How are you competing within the managed services arena? Well, 34% of the CMSPs are selling Meraki with you, and you are the #1 distributor across EMEA. However, you can see here our distribution of numbers across the countries. They're still relatively small. So let's just dip into this. And what is it that Meraki can do that will help you win in this space? So we have 3 pillars going into FY21. This will be the first glance. It's the first time I've shared this with anybody. All right. So the first pillar is lead the transformation. A lot of that is around APIs. And again, we'll touch on that in a second. But also unlocking new markets. And in there, we're being quite specific around the new markets being around MV and the camera as a sensor. Meraki Go, right down the lower end of the market. And then the mobile gateway, which was introduced a few months back. A specific pillar that we're continuing to, we had this in this financial year and we're going to continue into next financial year, is around owning managed services. I mentioned about that percentage of 95% for small businesses, Meraki currently. The other opportunities, I think, is where we start to accelerate and build out security and also collaboration. And again, a visual in a second will make that clearer. And then the final one, and you guys have done a really good job on this already, is enabling engaged partners. And we've put this 4 E's: enable, engage, empower, excite. When I look at that, it looks very similar to your Edge framework. So I think you have the framework in there, but it's how do we modify that framework for it to be specifically targeted at MSPs and managed service environment itself. So just a little bit around why Meraki in the managed service space. So to deploy quicker, I'll give you a quick use case example, which brings this to life for me. Is many of you will know CAE in the UK. They had a customer, the Co-op, which is a large food retailer in the UK market and in other European countries. There were 2,600 stores that the CAE had to deploy, and the commitment to the organisation was 10 weeks. By using the APIs to automate the provisioning of those 2,600 stores, they took the deployment from 10 weeks to 3 days. So if you look at that in terms of the cost gain for delivery and implementation by CAE to Co-op, and the fact they could use junior engineers to actually do that implementation, there's a real massive win here for the partner, as well as the end user customer. So they could save on resources. They need fairly junior engineers to go and actually do the physical deployment. And just this thing around digitalizing, and again, the examples of the camera and what we're doing with large retail organizations and small retail organizations, especially when you start to add in business relevant applications from VAP and every angle, they can start to look at the 2 meter, now 1 meter distancing, whether people are wearing face masks in organizations, etc. So there's a lot of business value where we can start to address line of business budget, which is one of the core reasons for trying to accelerate the managed service capabilities. Just a little bit around this. So on the left-hand side here, you can see that some of the issues we have with the managed service partners is they have such a multi-vendor portfolio in which they take to market. Whereas we've got quite a tightly contained here, and I know Anne-Marie is going to follow up afterwards on this around software, but this is very software rich, all the way from the software components within Meraki right through all of these. And it's how do we start to bundle these together? And I think post-COVID, what we're starting to see is a lot more of the partners going, well, let's Meraki have the cloud managed infrastructure, but then how do we bring in cloud managed security and also cloud managed collaboration as a single offering into the marketplace? So what's missing? I've spent quite a lot of time, especially with Craig, started to go, look, where have we got to with Comstor and distribution generally around maximizing and capturing this opportunity around managed services. And Craig, Katie and I, we got onto a call with Trent just before he was exiting the business. And you know what Trent really pointed out was that Meraki in particular, but Cisco have done a very good job of building out playbooks, getting resources and collateral, helping doing service creation, but to the point where it's almost too much. I don't know if any of you have ever read the MSP playbook for Meraki, but it would take weeks. So there's complexity in what we've created, and it's difficult for someone to navigate it and start to go, why would I build services with Cisco? And I've spent quite a lot of time with ConnectWise, and the feedback from ConnectWise has been very similar. Right, what seems to light up those end partners has been the fact that the camera is the bit they go, the analytics with the camera is where I can monetize that and I can make profit from this. So look, when I look at what we've done and what we achieved, I think we've done a very good job of badge collecting. And that may be oversimplifying, but I think what we've done is we've created a lot of CMSP partners, CMSP Express, Advanced and Masters. But it's just literally maybe moving revenue from resale across to simplified pricing in some instances. We've done not had a great deal of success of actually going through and doing the qualification, you know, understanding which ones of these have current managed service offerings just with a different vendor. How do we then start to build out and invest and accelerate services with the partner and then prioritize and enable? So I think this framework, and I borrowed it from Envision, one of the consultants we work with. But I think what I'm asking really is how do we start to build a framework with Comstor that looks a lot like your mentor program, but it's built specifically for managed services. And it has this type of lens on it where we can start to have a flow and a process that starts to build those services out and accelerate the revenue. What could the MSP framework? This is just me like literally brainstorming with other members of the managed services teams across Cisco and within the Meraki organization. But across those 3 pillars of recruit, enable, and sales acceleration, these are some of the things that we consider and some of the things that we could do that I think would capture that. A lot of those statistics that I've gone through in the earlier part of the presentation, they are pre-COVID. And I think what's I think most people are in agreement that the delivery model that will take our services out, not just Meraki, but most of our services out, will be in a managed way. And so I think that this is just going to be something that we have to capture now. I know when I've listened to Oliver Tusick talk about managed services and the opportunity, he's calling out as a risk and an opportunity. If you think of Cisco's classic business being very premise-based, this could represent quite a large risk to us. But I think that Meraki, security, collaboration are probably three elements of the Cisco portfolio that can help de-risk this, but also capture what will be that accelerated growth, probably even greater than that was shown on the slides earlier. So look, I've just put three headers here. I'm going to stop sharing in a second because it's like, well, where would we target? How would we get the enablement there? What's some of the ideas that we can build together that would actually help us maximize, I think, the opportunity that already sits there with managed services that all of us agree with, but kind of flounder a little bit in terms of how we build that out. So I'll stop sharing, and then I'll be able to see some people and hear some people, and then come back in. Right, Katie, Russell, any kind of comments, observations?
Yeah, we've got one question so far through. When is the new CMSP program set up going to be known? What sort of the timelines on that? If you can answer that, Andy.
So the program as is, I haven't heard of any changes to it, but the program as is was changed at the beginning of this financial year. So we had the Express, Advanced and Masters. The only thing I have been aware of is that when we launched Meraki into Fast Track, it caused probably some confusion and also some concerns that would it negatively impact the CMSP program because people would start to default to using Fast Track as their preferred method of buying the product. And I know that some of the things we're looking at there, Katie, is trying to use the Fast Track SKUs to be applicable within the CMSP program, so we don't start to pull people away from that program.
Fantastic, thank you for that. Another one that's just popped in. Some partners are already providing managed services and have created their own tools for management and supervision. How can we integrate Meraki to such environments to avoid multiple platforms?
Yeah, and it's a good question. So if you look at RMM, so as a key area, I think that there are two threads on this. One is that there are a number, an ever-increasing number of preferred and aligned RMM platforms. I mentioned ConnectWise earlier. But I think the reality is when people have built out a managed service practice, part of their value is in delivering their own single pane of glass. So that's something that we're trying to make sure is easier to do, again, with our APIs, and something that we recognise won't be with one of the kind of the vendors that play in this space. It's a key play for us, and I think we just need to try and capture which ones people are using and how we make it easier for them just to integrate with our platform. Because it won't be just leveraging the dashboard. I think what we've recognised is the dashboard's great in a kind of customer environment, but that won't be the managed service partner value. They'll want to say, how do we bring in our O365 lens, our Google capabilities, all the different multi-vendor platforms into their single pane of glass.
Thank you. I've got a couple more because they're coming in thick and fast now. Will Meraki launch a new MSP handbook that is easier to consume?
Well, we could, but I would say probably this is almost what I'm saying. I think there's a missed opportunity for Comstor. All right, so the answer will be yes. We'll inevitably do that. We'll keep refining our own. But I'm saying, how do you want to differentiate as a distributor in this space? We'll probably take the complexity that Cisco always creates and simplify it. All right, so and someone's already done this, right? So I look at some of the MSP leads, especially there's one in the north, Christoph, who's taken the playbook and he's just put a single pane on it with the URLs to what he believes are the real bits that the partners want to go to. So, for example, the business calculator, the qualification sheet on what service they want to create. And he's just made it so easy to do. But I think this is something that you guys could do where you kind of brand it up and say, look, here's your single simplified view. And then it plugs into the complexity playbook that sits behind it within the Meraki website.
Yeah, no, that's a good call out, Andy, and yeah, we'll work back with the teams on that one. I think just the final question, it's more Meraki focused than MSP, but the competition on Meraki MV is huge. Do we have any battle cards that we can leverage to place Meraki instead of other camera or security vendors?
Yes, I'll get the battle cards. I'll get them to you, Katie. But in addition to that, I look at Verkada in particular. A lot of the Meraki people have gone to Verkada, and Verkada is, I know it's UK only at the moment, but I think what it helps you do is it's like someone comes along, gives you a little kick in the shins. That's what Verkada's done. I think it's made us realise where some of our weak spots are, and one of those is our entry level price point. So we're looking to how we address that by having a very aggressive entry level price point. And I know that the small business team, they've got scale plays. Their scale play for Q1 will be MV only. So we absolutely around this point, it'll be introducing a low end entry level camera pricing right down into compete and make sure that price is not the objection for not taking the platform. Because I think the camera could really become an insertion point. And I think actually what we do at the moment is we talk a lot about cloud managed Wi-Fi, cloud managed switching, cloud managed security, whereas I think the camera could become the insertion point that we build the platform from. So then you get the rest of the 7 families of the Meraki stack being built from that camera. So I'll get you those details. I'll get you the battle cards, because I think it's a good thing when a competitor comes in, because I say it gives you a little shake and makes you realise where you've become slightly complacent. And some of the things we're doing, even just basic social media postings and stuff we can do with that.
Fantastic, and to the Comstor team, you heard it here first. The scale play for Q1 is going to be around the Meraki MV. So we can do some work on that now ahead of time to be ready for day one. So thanks, Andy. That was a really good update. Really good. We've got a lot of questions around MSP. I think there's still work that we need to do together as both organisations to support that, and clearly we'll continue to do that as we roll out this year and into next. But thanks very much for your time today. Much appreciated. Have a good rest of the day.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for the invitation. Enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you, Andy.
Cheers. So we're going to, absolutely ready to go. We're going to switch gears now. As we said earlier, we weren't planning to do another workshop today. And the reason for that is there is so much going on with our software business and the services business as well. It's where our growth engine is at the moment. We've talked about that over the past couple of days. So we wanted to use the opportunity of this session today to get everybody on the same page about all of the things that we're working on, both now and that will have impact for us in FY21. So I'm delighted that we're joined by Anne-Marie Dillon. She's the software lead for Cisco in EMEA. She's going to take us through how we can leverage distribution to scale. We've then got Tom Saunders, who's going to cover everything software from a Comstor perspective. We've got Ignacio, who's then going to cover services. And backstage with us, we've got Matthew Pickerskill and Gabby McGee, who can be answering any questions that you've got as we go through the sessions, and we can pull them up to do Q&A at the end as well. So without further ado, Anne-Marie, I'd love to hand it over to you to kick off this session today.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for the opportunity. Let me just share my presentation. Can you see my presentation now? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, so morning, welcome everybody. My name's Anne-Marie Dillon. I'm the software leader within Cisco for EMEAR. And I'm just going to take the next 5 minutes just to run through some of the top line messages for you. But I want to kick it off really with a very clear ask. And that is, if we look at H1, so the first half of the fiscal year for Cisco so far, we sold 477 EAs, enterprise agreements, and 44% of them were less than 250K. And this is where I'm hoping that Comstor and you guys can help us, because we need assistance in scaling in that sub 250K market. So a very clear ask of how can we work together to start, really aggressively attacking this market, which we are obviously seeing a big increase in. But before I do that, what I would like to do is, some of you may just switch off and go, EAs, I've kind of heard it, but I want to give you a little bit of background information as to why enterprise agreements are really important for you and for your partners. And it's not just all about recurring software. So just so you know, from my perspective, the commitment that I've made to Cisco's ELT within EMEAR is that Cisco will be a software first business by 2022. So that's my mission, that's my goal within Cisco in EMEAR. And that's to align to our worldwide drive to 35. I don't know if you've heard this. Is where Jerry Elliott, our head of sales, has said to the markets, which has obviously had a nice impact on our shares, but that 35% of all our business will be software by 2022. Now, I imagine you're already starting to see this. You know, this shift as you sell more, as you obviously just said at the beginning, selling more software. You should then start selling more recurring software, so more subscriptions. And as you can see then as well, we're going to start seeing customers wanting to package that into buying programs. So by FY22, 85% of all the software we sell will be recurring, will be subscription, and of that, 45% will be wrapped up in an enterprise agreement. Okay, so the interesting thing is we've been selling enterprise agreements for the last 3-4 years. So we've now started to pull some really good data. Now, this is internal data that we have shared to our CEO and Jerry and head of sales, all our executive leadership team, that I just thought I'd share with you because I think it is really insightful to see the impact that EAs have on our overall business. I'm not talking software, I'm not talking recurring software, but on our overall business. And what we found is that EAs drive annual net new revenue, so total bookings for Cisco and therefore for you and your partners. So when a customer goes with an EA, their subscription growth increases 2 times. And they also spend more in total. So we're talking about including the hardware post-EA enrollment. Likewise, as you'd expect, EAs obviously give us a longer commitment and higher renewal rate. Now, interestingly, when we showed all these stats in details to Chuck Robbins, our CEO, he said, that's great, but why am I not seeing it hit my 54 billion then? If it's this good, why am I not seeing it? And the reason is we're not doing enough of them yet. Okay, so they still, even though we did 477 in the first half, it's still not enough. We need to be doing more. And that's where I'm really hoping Comstor can help me and help us with regards to, you know, increasing that scale down market for us. And obviously the bigger deals as well. It doesn't have to be sub 250. I just thought that one, with some of your partners, it might be of interest. Likewise, what we've also seen is that it drives wallet share penetration. So once we've sold one thing, we sell more of another thing. So for instance, I'm just giving you an example here. This is a manufacturing customer that we had in FY19. So last year, they bought a 1.7 million data center EA. That's the yellow highlight. Interestingly enough, the next year, as you can see, you think, okay, 1.7 million in data center. The next year, you know, lots of sellers in Cisco say, oh, I don't want to sell an EA because if I do, next year there'll be nothing to sell. But as we show here in this example, their data center number still went up the next year after selling the EA. This year in FY20, we went back in. So like I was saying about selling more, we went back in and we've now sold them DNA and security EA, which equated to 7 million. But what's fascinating here, as you can see, is their total hardware and their total spend. It's not just software that gets affected. Once you sell an EA, the total spend continues to increase. And what's amazing with this customer is they're actually going to go on to become a CGEM account, one of our top accounts, which shows it's also the total spend didn't just go up this year. We're going to continue to see that spend increase because there's more that we can be selling to them. Okay, so that kind of brings me back. So hopefully what I'm trying to show you there is if you get behind enterprise agreements, your partners will see bigger bookings overall. So they're gonna luckily they'll be aligning to Cisco shift to recurring software. They'll be wrapping it around an enterprise agreement to get, you know, longer terms, greater commitment. You know, I'm going to say we're not allowed to say lock out other partners, but you know what I mean. They will have the customer for the term of the contract. But likewise, they're also going to see bigger bookings overall. So I suppose just to finish off with what my ask is what can we do? How can we work with yourselves and your partners to sell more EAs? Be that, here I was looking at the sub 250K, but it doesn't have to be. But I can definitely see from a scaling perspective, you could potentially help us from there. So that was me. So Tom, over to yourself.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. It's great to be working with you as well, and you can certainly count on Comstor to help you scale software and EAs. So it's great to be working with you, and also with Matt and Gabby as well. It's great to have you on board. I'm sure we'll be able to achieve what we want to achieve together. So I am going to touch on EAs as well from a Comstor perspective, but I just wanted to start with a quick reminder on the software mission statement. And I particularly like this slide because it reminds me of a time when I had short hair instead of resembling Ace Ventura like I do at the moment. We all know and we're all familiar with Comstor's, with Cisco's strategy to move towards software, and our aim is to work with Cisco on that mission, and to ultimately have the obvious aim of being the recurring offers distributor of choice as we guide and be the guide for partners through that evolution. And Cisco have slightly updated their mission goal there. You'll remember they had an aim to have 40% of all their revenues coming from RO by 2020. That's changed slightly, and we'll touch on that a bit later. And in terms of how we aim to do that, I just wanted to remind everybody of the CSSI community. So these are all the people that we have throughout EMEA with a dedicated focus on services and software, including SaaS and EAs and all the rest of it. So that hopefully just outlines our commitment. And we work with this team on a weekly basis to really drive the latest and greatest software offers. So hopefully that just spells out the amount of resource that we've got aimed at that drive. And I wanted to give a very quick recap for everybody on the call, just a reminder on what the strategy is as Cisco move away from perpetual software towards term-based and SaaS. Term-based is just simply software that you buy for a set period of time and it renews. Therefore, it counts towards recurring offers, and of course, SaaS. And just to give you an idea of some of the levels of spend, if we move these into FY20 figures, and of course, we still have a full trading month left to go, you can see that we're on track to not only increase those numbers, but also have a bigger proportion moving into the SaaS bucket. And that's something that we very much expect to happen over the coming period, is to see more solutions move into the SaaS bucket. We've seen that with, for example, cloud email security. And I mentioned Cisco have an updated goal. Their latest goal is that 35% of all their revenues will be coming from software by 2022. The reason that's slightly different is the 40% goal for recurring offers included services. This goal of 35% by 2022 is just software. So on to enterprise agreements, and I wanted to start by just having a very high-level overview about exactly what we mean by an enterprise agreement. But it's important to begin with by understanding why Cisco moved in that direction. Well, this is a really interesting statistic from the McKinsey Institute that shows the percentage of IT decision makers who had a stated preference for subscriptions as part of their software models. And you can see that over the last 5 or 6 years, the number of IT decision makers who state that preference has increased from 63% to 82%. So we know that there's the demand. Cisco know that there's a demand, and they're reacting to what the market is asking for. So what is an enterprise agreement? Well, the really simple way to explain it is that it's a single multi-year contract for all of a customer's software. And it's designed to be a commercial model or a commercial framework for procuring that software and managing it. And it's very common in the software industry, hence why Cisco have moved in that direction. And above all, it's designed to be easy and simple to manage software licenses and subscriptions. And one key thing is that it's designed to allow a customer to grow their license usage based on demand, so it can be flexible Cisco have a description of True Forward for that, and we'll look at that in a bit more detail. But it's designed to be flexible without punitive charges. And the other overriding message is that it's designed to offer the best value for money. So there shouldn't ever be a scenario where buying a enterprise agreement is not better value for money than purchasing software a la carte. So who can sell EAs? This is one thing that I hear quite often, and hopefully this slide helps. In green are the Cisco requirements. So first and foremost, the deal size is a minimum of $100,000. I understand that may be under review in the future, and that may come down, but for the time being, it's $100,000 minimum deal size. And the partners must have the specializations in the advanced architecture they want to sell an EA in. So for example, for security, if they wanted to sell a security EA, they'd have to have the advanced security specialization. And that really is just because Cisco want this to be something that is sold by the specialists. It's still a little bit niche, and it's not designed to be something that every partner can sell. Although of course we need to scale it, and we want more partners to come up to that level so that they're accredited and capable of selling EAs. And there's a short enrollment track that they need to follow as well, but we can guide partners through that. From a Comstor perspective, first and foremost, they must have signed the CSR addendum with us. More on that later. We should be targeting partners that are used to having solution-led sales models. They have that have a software-centric approach, because that's where we'll gain the most traction. And from a Cisco perspective, we must make sure that these partners have a smart account. That's very important, just to make sure that the order flows through. Okay, so what are the benefits? Well, we can split this into two categories. Some of them are fairly obvious, so I won't necessarily read them all out. But from a partner perspective, it's all about being able to differentiate themselves from the competition, offer something that their competition can't, add value, and with that you'll gain extra loyalty from your customers. You'll be closer than ever to your customers as well, and it gives you the opportunity to increase the revenue, because you can sell from a broader portfolio of offers, and there are some additional incentives as well. So lots of reasons why partners should take enterprise agreements seriously. From an end user perspective, it's really all around reduced complexity and simplicity. This is one contract, one end date, as I said, much easier for an end user to manage. It's flexible and scalable, as I touched on, around True Forwards, and we'll look at that in a moment. And it offers them the best value for money. So again, lots of reasons why partners should really be talking to their customers about enterprise agreements, particularly customers with complex estates, perhaps multinational estates. So I've mentioned True Forward a few times. I just wanted to give this brief example. The concept of True Forward is how Cisco build the value for money into the offer. So let's assume, for the purpose of this example, that a partner has sold a 3-year enterprise agreement on the basis that the customer required 2,000 user licenses to begin with, and they sold that at the start of the year. If throughout that year, let's say in August, the customer has a change in the requirement for users, that may be they've opened a new office, it might be that they've acquired a new company. What happens with True Forward, as opposed to True Up, is that at the end of the first year, there's a review between the Cisco account management team and the partner team, and they just review how many licenses the customer is currently using. And at that point, Cisco will pick up that the customer's consumed the extra 200 users. Where it differs is that Cisco will only bill the customer for those 200 extra users going forward, hence True Forward, from that point onwards. And what that effectively means is that because Cisco aren't looking back to August, that effectively means the customer has used those 200 licenses for free. And that's how Cisco builds the value. And that's a deliberate move, a deliberate design into the EA program, so that you can really build value in. If we build out this example, let's assume throughout year 2 there are no extra changes, so the 2,200 users will carry on into the 3rd year. But then let's assume in the 3rd year there's another change in requirement, and the customer starts to consume an extra 150 licenses, taking their user count to 2,350. Again, it follows that the new user count of 2,350 will only be taken into consideration for the renewal price going forward, which again means the customers had a period between May and December of using those extra 150 licenses for free. So that just explains the true forward. It's different to true up, and that's how Cisco add value into their enterprise agreements and how they make it the best value for money. And I wanted to also briefly share the portfolio that you can sell EAs in. It covers all of the architectures. There are currently pilots going on for Meraki enterprise agreements and App Dynamics enterprise agreements as well. So watch this space for details on that. And within each architecture, there's a full solution offer available for enterprise agreements. And with some enterprise agreements, you can cover multiple solutions as well. So again, that's how a partner can really increase their revenue by selling from a wider portfolio. So hopefully that just gives you a nice overview of enterprise agreements and what's available. One thing I wanted to touch on with EAs is that we're in the very privileged position to have been asked by Cisco to take part in a pilot on EAs. And this is great news, and it's going to really help Cisco and Comstor in our joint goals to increase the scale of EAs. First and foremost, we want to use it as an opportunity to improve our sales team's knowledge and understanding of enterprise agreements. We want to take the opportunity to create unique offers using payment options. Obviously, we want to sell more EAs, and from that, we want to benefit from the increased recurring revenue. But I think the standout point on that slide, longer term, and we expect this pilot could last up to a year, longer term, we want to work with Cisco to migrate the quoting and the ownership of the EAs into distribution. You're probably aware that at the moment, the quoting process for enterprise agreements is very Cisco-led between the Cisco account teams and the partner account teams. Distribution at the moment come into it fairly late in the cycle. And in order to scale, Cisco want obviously their distributors to be involved in that and to start taking over some of that quoting, which is very welcomed by us, of course. It means we can be involved much earlier in the conversation. And that's one of the things that this pilot aims to achieve. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out over the coming months. And finally, on EAs, I just wanted to make sure that everybody's aware we have created this central piece of collateral which is designed to be an internal guide for our sales teams. And it just talks about it talks not only about the benefits of an EA, but it talks about the pertinent information for our internal teams around how are EAs quoted and actually how are they ordered? How do we get them through the system? And I think that's really important. And there's some best practices on what we should try to avoid doing when positioning EAs as well. Your CSSI or the CSSI leads in each country have got this document, so please speak to them if you haven't seen this yet, and we can make sure that that gets out to as many salespeople as possible. So that's what I wanted to cover on enterprise agreements. It's obviously a huge focus area for us, and I would welcome the opportunity to talk to anybody in a bit more detail around EAs in the future. So on SaaS, I just wanted to cover that as well, because that's obviously a huge focus area for us, as Justin touched on earlier. And I thought it was worth starting by, if we look at the last full financial year from Cisco, the growth that we saw was amazing. We saw around 50% growth in RO and a huge increase in our market share. So that just shows the projection for recurring offer sales, and particularly SaaS sales. We really do expect it to increase year over year quite dramatically. And that's why it's now is the right time for us to start making sure we're ready and that we've got all the things in place we need to be able to successfully sell SaaS. And in line with that, we've come up with, as a CSSI community, 5 key initiatives or 5 key things that we think our countries and our partners should have in place and should have a solid understanding of in order to be successful with SaaS. I touched on it earlier. First and foremost, the important thing is the CSR addendum. The CSSI leads will be sick of me hearing, will be sick of me talking about that. It's something we've really tried to have a focus on over the last 12 months or so. It really is critical because it's an amendment to the standard terms and conditions that we have with our partners. You can imagine when our terms and conditions were first written 25 years ago, it didn't take into account the nuances of subscription selling, particularly around auto renewals and consumption charges. And that's why it's crucial that we ask our partners to sign this. Some really great practice in the UK is that as part of their onboarding team, as part of their onboarding process, the onboarding team actually get partners to sign this when they sign their new Comstor terms and conditions, right at the point that they sign they first sign up to Comstor. And I thoroughly recommend that as best practice for other countries if you're not already doing so. But of course, it's not just about onboarding new partners. We have to get all of our existing partners to sign this document as well. And it's really crucial. Please speak to your CSSI lead if you need any more information. They have everything we need. You need. The good point about this is that we have really simplified the process. When I first joined the central team in November 2018, we were actually sending partners an email document. The partner was having to print it, sign it, scan it, and email it back to us. And we were having to email it onto our legal team in the States. Well, that's all gone now. And we can do this click to accept process online. That automatically triggers a confirmation email to the partner once they've signed it, to the country CSSI lead, and it will also notify our legal team in the United States to confirm that the partner has signed it. So that's really, really important and a much easier process. Smart accounts, we could have a whole session on smart accounts. You'll be relieved to know I'm not going to go into that in huge detail right now, but as we all know, smart accounts are really important, not just from an enterprise agreement perspective, but also from a recurring offer and SaaS perspective. It's crucial that all of our partners have at least a partner holding smart account. And of course, we need to encourage our partners to make sure their customers have got smart accounts as well. Even if your customers or your resellers are not currently buying SaaS or not buying smart licenses, I would still encourage you to get them to create a smart account, because it will just mean that when they do eventually place their first order, it will go through smoothly without any delay and without any problems. The next one I think is really crucial. We really need to make sure our partners properly understand auto renewals and consumption charges. A lot of partners are familiar with it. I would say the vast majority of partners are still not quite sure exactly what it means. And I'd say the overriding important message that we need to say to our partners whenever we create a new SaaS quote is that they must be aware that the subscription will automatically renew by default. And if they don't want it to automatically renew, they must take action. And that action must be taken before the last 32 days of the subscription. So that's really, really important, because if partners aren't aware that a subscription is auto-renewing, it will automatically renew, and we will need to trigger a renewal invoice to the partner. And if we can get ahead of the game, make sure the partners are aware of it, share with them their upcoming auto-renewals, and we publish all that centrally. Again, speak to your CSSI lead if you need to know where that is. And what that does is it just means there's no nasty surprises. It gets people more comfortable with selling subscriptions, and it cuts down on the disputed invoices, the credits, the reworking of invoices as well. They're really, really important. Please make sure we're getting ahead of the game. We're notifying partners about their upcoming auto renewals, and we are warning partners and making sure partners are aware that when they first quote a subscription, it will automatically renew. And consumption charges is another topic that we need to be aware of. It's less prevalent. There aren't a whole bunch of SaaS subscriptions that contain consumption charges, but it's important that we make sure our partners are aware of it and that they're comfortable with it, because again, we don't want any nasty surprises. So this is simply like your old mobile phone bill 20 years ago, before they started introducing unlimited tariffs. There's always a possibility with certain solutions that the customer may go over their allowance, they may go over their meeting minutes as part of their package, and that would therefore incur an extra charge. The reason this can be problematic and different to what we're used to is that as soon as the customer incurs that charge, Comstor will automatically receive a bill from Cisco on the next billing run, the 23rd of the following month. And we then need to convert that into a invoice to our partner. And what we don't want to happen is that the partner receives our invoice and just flatly rejects it because they say we didn't raise a purchase order. Well, of course they didn't raise a purchase order because it's not something we can quote. It's different to what we're used to. It's a different way of working. We only know about the invoice once their customer incurs it. And of course, we shouldn't see it as a negative. We should position this to the partner as a benefit, because it's an opportunity for the partner to bring in some extra revenue by billing their customer rightly and justifiably for the extra usage. So again, it's just something else we need to get into our patter, into our conversation with partners when we're quoting SaaS. It's really important to ensure the smoothness of the SaaS billing. And I think one other call out is we need to make sure our partners are informing all of their teams in the background. So a partner shouldn't just educate their sales teams on consumption charges. They should also educate their back office operational teams, their credit teams, their customer service teams, etc. Very often we see partners who have a fully educated sales team all about consumption charges and auto renewals, and they are selling these subscriptions in the full knowledge to the end user that there is an auto renewal element and that they could incur extra costs. But nobody in that partner is telling the customer services teams and the operation teams and the credit teams. And so even though the solution has been sold completely transparently, Comstor might still actually get that invoice rejected because nobody in the partner has brought the credit teams up to speed with, you know, if you see this, you can legitimately pay it. So just a few call outs there. And the key, I think, to making sure that partners and our countries are fully up to speed and can manage subscriptions is the subscription workbench. It's located here in CCW, and this is where a partner can manage and view all of their renewals, all of their subscriptions, I should say. So it will list all of their sub-IDs, all of their end customers. They can filter on the left-hand side for their active, cancelled, expired contracts. They can see which ones have got the auto renew flag turned on and which ones have got it turned off. If you go into the subscription, you can see things like usage details. If it's an applicable solution, they can make changes to the contact details. They can deactivate the auto renewal, etc., etc., etc. So it's really important that our partners are fully aware of this workbench, and it will really help to make sure that everything is working smoothly. And I think and I should say as well that as part of our drive to make sure that everybody's fully aware of SaaS, we've created a SaaS page on the Comstor Hub. This is a page that I manage on a daily basis. Here we publish everything a salesperson would need to know about SaaS. So it's got a list of all the partners who've already signed the CSR addendum. It's got process flows. It's where I publish all of the upcoming SaaS renewals. It's got frequently asked questions and lots of other really important information that can really be used to improve the knowledge of all our teams. Again, your CSSI lead in your country is fully aware of this portal and all the information contained in it. So I would encourage to just make sure that this gradually gets out to all of the sales teams, because it's really an invaluable resource. The final thing in our top 5 list of things that we'd recommend is Lifecycle Advantage. Again, we could have a whole separate session on Lifecycle Advantage, but I would really encourage you, if you haven't heard of it, if you're not familiar with it, please look it up on the Cisco website or just Google Lifecycle Advantage. It's a really valuable, powerful tool that can help a partner be successful with SaaS and with software in general. It's a free tool for a partner to use that allows them to utilize an element of automation combined with Cisco ship data to send pertinent lifecycle alert emails to their customers around migration opportunities or recommendations, renewals, adoption, etc., etc., etc. There's a whole load we could say about Lifecycle Advantage that we don't have time to cover today, but please, your CSSI lead again is fully up to speed with Lifecycle Advantage and they can take you through it. I'm also always very happy to have those discussions with anybody that would like to know more. So those are our top 5 initiatives that we think every country and every partner should be comfortable with and familiar with in order to be successful with SaaS. And there's one other thing I wanted to touch on around our credit, because this is a really unique selling point for Comstor, and it's a way that, again, that we differentiate ourselves from the competition. The example we have here is a 12-month subscription that we've sold worth $120,000 for ease of numbers. And because we mirror Cisco exactly with their billing processes and CCW, we're allowed to make sure that we're able to make sure that a partner's credit limit will only be impacted in line with the scheduled periodic payments of the subscription if it's selected to be a monthly billing. And so simply this would mean that a partner's credit limit would only be used up at $10,000 intervals each month. The way our competition have historically done it would be to load all of that 120K up front in January. And of course, what that brings significant risk to the competition in terms of their hedging and their exchange rates. But of course, what it also does for Cisco and for partners is it potentially jeopardizes any other projects or any other run rate business, because it may reduce significantly the headroom available for other orders and other projects. So a really unique selling point there that Comstor have got. And if you didn't already know that, I would encourage you to mention that whenever you're talking to our partners about why they should work with Comstor on SaaS. And my last few slides before I hand over to Ignacio is I just wanted to give you a bit of a view for what's coming and what's down the road, because we've got a lot of exciting things. I'm all too aware that we've had some problems along the way with SaaS, and it's been at times tricky to navigate. But I just want to reassure everybody we've got some really exciting things coming down the road that's going to significantly improve how we handle SaaS. Justin touched on this earlier, so I won't go into too much detail, but we've got some annuity enhancements coming into OneView. As Justin said, the deal ID will be the single source of truth, and we will no longer have to manually fill in spreadsheets to send the information to order support, and order support will also be able to send the orders to purchasing a lot more simply by sending it into Blue Sky directly from OneView order entry. So that's going to be a real time saver and a lot less manual work. And Justin also mentioned about the API we're consuming around subscription information. I just thought I'd bring it to life here by showing you the actual information and what it will look like. So it will say the sub ID, it will tell you how long the term was, whether the auto renewal is on or off, what the billing model is, prepaid or monthly, etc., etc. And the really nice thing is this will automatically populate on every quote that a salesperson sends. So it reduces the requirement to manually type in notes. And as Justin said, it will just mean we have a completely transparent quote, and there can be no comeback from the partner. There can be no room for misinterpretation about whether or not something was going to auto renew or whether something was prepaid or monthly. So really looking forward to that. Simple change, but I think it's going to have a big difference. The next thing, Justin also mentioned local currency billing. That's going to have a huge impact. That will mean, that the thing of the past where, some of the lower value orders, they may have been loss making because of exchange rate fluctuations, that should disappear, and basically make our business a lot more predictable, a lot less risky, and a lot easier to sell. So really looking forward to that coming down the line. And the final thing I really wanted to mention is, and Katie, Matt, Gabby, and Anne-Marie, this is a big call out to you, really. Cisco have really been listening to us about enhancing some of these processes and making things work better. And I just want to say thank you very much, because it's making a big difference. And one of the crucial things that's coming down the line is an enhancement to how we deactivate auto renewals. Currently, it can be quite tricky. We have to, depending on the solution, we either have to process a zero cost order, or we have to work with the Cisco account management teams. Either way is fairly clunky and not particularly efficient. But Cisco have listened to us, and they've been really proactive in asking us to help them co-design a new process. And that the current estimate for this is around about September, October. And in short, it will allow us to log into the subscription workbench and with the click of a button, deactivate the auto renewal when the partner wants it deactivated. So it really should help smooth out the processes and reduce the number of credits and reworked invoices that are coming down the line. So that's great news. And again, thank you to Cisco for listening and for making the changes. And that's really it from me. Just I invite you to stay calm and get your SaaS on. And thank you very much. And I think I'm handing it over to Ignacio.
Hi, thank you, Tom. So I hope everyone can hear me okay. I can see my slides okay. I normally tend to have problems with this kind of things. So I'm going to start with the services update. And I think as the rest of the architecture updates, we have spoken a lot about the COVID and all the lockdown and what has happened and the implications to the business. And I think that from a services perspective, the situation is the same. We've all suffered the lockdown, if not all, the vast majority, and it has changed the way we interact with each other, but also for organizations, it has changed the way they need to operate. And a couple of weeks ago, I came across this quote that you can see here in the slide, where it says that there will be interruptions. We don't know when they are going to happen, but they will happen. And this is a perfect example of a curveball that has come and that the organization has had to deal with it. Back in February, everyone was working from an office, and all of a sudden, from one day to the other, everyone was working from home. Offices were empty. And this really shows the need of that organizations have to have agile networks, because IT requirements can change from one day to the other. And one of the best ways to be able to handle this, to make sure that the new software, for example, that you are entering into the network, it's correctly onboarded, etc., is by having a support contract. So one of the other things that we are seeing recently, and this is mainly due because we don't know what's going to happen. The future is kind of uncertain economically. There is loads of people saying we are going to go into recession, etc. And companies, quite rightly, they really want to keep their cash flow. But increasing the cash flow, it doesn't really mean that there is an increase in the profitability. Because if we think on what is the cost associated to a network downtime, or imagine that you have for the whole day without telephony or without emails, the impact that can have for the organization can be really massive. So I look into what was the impact of Cisco services, and I came across a Forrester study that it's the total economic impact of SmartNet Total Care. And even though this is a SmartNet Total Care, I think this really relates to all Cisco support offerings. Okay, because when we know that Cisco services, they provide advanced hardware replacement, and probably this is the feature that everyone knows the best. But the other thing is that customers, they need to be conscious that by having a support contract in place, they can reduce by 2/3 the amount of security breaches. And this is because through a support contract, you can have, or customers can have iOS updates. They can also shorten by 75% the time since the issue is identified until the network is restored, because they have access to TAC. In the case we have been living right now, TAC would be able to support remotely all the customers without the need of the partner moving into the customer side to try to fix an error. Okay, so having said this, what is the space of Cisco services within a solution? Lately, we've seen loads of investment on remote working solutions. For example, loads of DX80s being sold, WebEx, etc. And yes, that provides business outcomes. But in order to really drive those business outcomes, we also need to have Cisco service attached. There is a perfect offer of Cisco services for any kind of customer. We can have the customer might just need device level support, or probably they have multi-vendor solutions and they need to have a prioritized case handling with the TAC. or maybe they, now that we are moving more and more to software, they need more than just having a major and minor software updates. They probably need support with IT onboarding, IT adoption. There is so that's why I say there is a support offer right for any kind of customer. We just need to understand what are the customer requirements. And something new that has come across, actually, I found out last week, it is the new customer success service tracks that it embeds SmartNet Total Care, solution support, business critical services, and gives that flavor of lifecycle services. The same as we have heard across the other architectures around payment options, services is not different to it. We can finance service-only deals, for example, multi-year for new renewals. So we must not think that we can only finance whenever we have a product or software. Cisco service-only deals can also be financed. So going a little bit more in detail into what is the service offerings and the value they deliver. And I'm not going to spend any time from a hardware perspective. We all know SmartNet Total Care and potentially solution support from a hardware perspective. But I think that it's important that we put some focus on what software is being covered. Now, if you remember, Katie at the beginning of the first session, she said that the projection is that in 5-year time, our software business is going to be 50-50. And so that's a massive opportunity to add services to the software we sell, because there will be a decline also on the hardware we are selling. So in order to keep that growth, we need to understand what's the software that we can cover. So we have the basic level of software support, that is the Swiss, the ACMU that everyone knows. And then we jump into solution support. And solution support, it's going to provide support at a solution level, regardless if it is 100% Cisco solution or if it has, or if it is a multi-vendor solution. And some of the vendors that can be covered with solution support, it's, for example, IBM, Microsoft, VMware, F5. Okay, so we have here an offer that it's delivering more value to the customer. But when we think about what's the software that we can cover DNA, we can cover ACI, WebEx, unified communication software, etc. But then we move into the higher level of value services, and we have software support. And here we have the two flavors that it's enhanced, it's premium. And we can divide it into two. We have the software support that is going to deliver support to the collaboration software, and the one that is going to deliver support to the security software. While the features of software support is going to be the same for collaboration and security, the difference is that collaboration will embed as well all the benefits and features of solution support. So as part of the software that we can cover with this software support, from the collaboration perspective, it's WebEx meetings, FlexPlan, unified communications, and from a security perspective, we could cover cloud email security, AMP, StealthWatch, and the list that you see over there. So, having said this, as part of as the background to what's going to come next, the priorities for FY21, they are going to be about what's going to really drive the revenue, and that's going to be around attach. It's going to be around renewals, and it's also going to be around maximizing attach and renewal deals by having multi-year services. And the first thing, in order to achieve all of this, is that we need to attach services early in the process. It's important that this is done at the point of sale, because once the deal is already closed, having the conversation of attaching services is going to be a difficult sale. So we need to make sure that we are embedding it early in the sales cycle. But in order to quote the right service to the right customer, we need to do some partner segmentation. We need to understand which are the ones that are doing the vast majority of our business, and which are the ones that are buying the product from us, but they are not buying the service. Identify what are the reasons, so we can really have a dedicated approach and little by little start selling services to those. The other thing is around renewals, and renewals is not just a key focus because of the revenue that it represents. It's also because it also represents a lot of our profitability. And for this reason, we need to make sure that the alignment we have with the renewals team, it's really solid. Okay, and finally, it's going to be around continue the work that it's happening around click to view, TPV, icebreaker, because this is not only going to give us visibility of incremental pipeline about product migration, renewals, attach. This is also going to allow us to have more customer loyalty because we will have regular customer engagements. So, no surprise, the Q1 focus is going to be around attach and renew. No difference to what I have already said. But there are 2 points I think are important to flag. The first one is that we need to make sure services are not seen as a silo offer. Services need to be part of every single conversation. While we have CSSI leads that are going to develop the services business, we need to make sure that whenever we are talking about products, we are doing a training, we are doing an event, etc., the services messaging, it's in there. And the other thing, I was talking about partner segmentation, and I think this is also critical. We need to develop our inactive partners. And when I say inactive, it's not the same definition as Cisco. This is just to understand which are the partners that are buying the product from us, but are not buying the service. So this, we are talking about not net new customers, but about Comstor customers that we would need to develop from a services perspective. So having said this, what is changing in FY21? So now Justin have covered some of these things already. We have new buying models such as net pricing that is going to allow us to develop or leverage existing APIs and really start improving our services automation. We will also have changes, and this is, let me say, this is not something new. This is already live, but I don't know how many people it's already aware of this. There is a change on how multi-year services can be ordered, that it's making ordering multi-year services more efficient. Regarding the automation, it's around the improvement of our renewals processes and also changes in the profitability coming from the growth rebate for services. So what does it mean for us, all these changes? So when we talk about the multi-year service or the orderability, I think everyone has suffered receiving a DART for multi-year services with a 1-year enterprise SKU. We needed to go back to Cisco, explain that we cannot consume the services that way, that it's going to cause problems as part of the DSV, as part of the post, revenue recognition, and this was increasing the time to order. It was decreasing our efficiency to transact services. So now, whenever we have a deal ID and we apply a DART, so not a promotion, we apply a DART into the services line, we will be able to order that multi-year deal using 1-year enterprise SKU. And this is going to reduce the amount of unrecognized revenue in DSV. It's going to reduce also the amount of unrecognized revenue as part of the POS. And the other thing is that it's also going to reduce the amount of claim underpayments. When we jump into net pricing, again, this is probably more or less the same that Justin has said, but what I really want to flag in here is that it's not just that net pricing is going to allow us to transact discounts front end. It's that we are going to move away from SMS SKUs. And besides that, we are going also to remove any post challenge that we would have. As simple as there will be no more posts. So this is going to allow us to mirror how CCW prices services and also how at 1-tier prices services. And the other thing is that it will, as I said, it will open the door to further automation by leveraging existing APIs such as auto-quote functionalities in OneView, auto-creating CCWR quotes. And I know this sounds really exciting, but unfortunately, this is not going to be available from day one. Okay, this is something that needs to be built, in, but it's going to allow us to really have that next level in our processes for transacting services. And the final thing is around renewals. Again, renewals automation. We've seen the session of
Justin, and this is mostly about driving multi-year services. We will no longer have only 1 year pricing in the quote. We will have 1 year and 3 year, so we can have that multi-year option and prove the value to the customer. We will have also proactive notifications to the resellers about their quotes that are available, and we can also start developing capabilities around co-termination, consolidation. That it's a key focus from a renewable services perspective. The last thing that I want to comment, it's around profitability, and we saw it briefly in the first session at the end of day one, and it's around the growth target. This has been, we had a pilot in Q3 in the northern region. It was supposed to be general available in Q4, but well, due to the current situation, there were no targets set. However, we will have in every single region 2 targets for services. We will have the services booking that we already know, but we will also have a target based on in-quarter renewal rate, and that target can represent 40% of our renewals business. That's why I was saying that renewals is important, not only from the revenue it represents, also from the profitability that it can represent. And that's everything from me, from the services update. Thank you. Don't know if there is any question.
So thanks, Anne-Marie, thanks, Tom, thanks, Ignacio. That was a really comprehensive update. And we do have some questions and answers. And I can see the team ready on screen now to answer some of them. So I think we'll take a few and we'll ask individually for you to answer them. So I've got one, Matt, that's going to come to you first of all. And that is, when will EAs be available for all Cisco partners?
Thanks, Casey. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is well and safe. Good question. We're actually, as Tom said, we're in the middle at the moment of a pilot, which is with Comstor, where we're looking at the moment. EAs is available to every partner if there's an exception process. And in that exception process, which would be done with the local country, you're only actually allowed 1 exception. What we're working with at the moment, because in the 2-tier world, you'll have as you know, and I guess this is where the question comes from, you might have a partner might only have 1 opportunity on an EA because they've only got 1 big end user that they work with. And if that's the case, then we want to move to where the disti is in front. So we wouldn't have an exception. They work with the disti who is authorized. So we're moving towards that at the moment. I would expect that to be available through disti for all partners to be able to EA. So not you have to become specialized to do it EA yourself, but all partners to be available to do EAs via the disti fronting it, so the Comstor fronting it, should be in Q2, maybe Q3 of this coming year. So within 6 months. We need to get some of the tools. So there's a EA mapping for partner tool, which we need to get available for disti, so that interlock. And that should be, as I say, within the next 6 to 9 months, we should be in that position. So really exciting times. And that's why understanding EAs now and talking to customers about EAs is the right thing to do, as Tom said.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Good to see you all on the screen as well. I think this one might be for you, Gabby. This is from Clive in our UK business. As we work with smaller MSPs, is there a competitive SmartNet Lite offering that leverages the partner's ability to provide their own first and second line support?
Hey everyone, Gabby McGee, nice to meet you. I'm the CX and Renewals lead here for Mir Distribution if we haven't met before. I've been in distribution for about 13 years, coming over from the US, but now currently based in Barcelona, Spain. So happy to support you. If you need anything, I work very closely with Ignacio and Tom. So Russell, thanks for the question. Unfortunately, there isn't. Obviously, you have the more robust, PSS option today. But there isn't a, say, light version of SmartNet Total Care, for our MSPs. It's today, I think most people probably on the call are familiar what was previously SmartCare. And when they discontinued that, the recommended sort of path was attaching SmartNet Total Care to their offers or leveraging solutions like PSS that are for more sort of MSP-based partners.
Okay, thanks, Gabby.
Yeah, I've got one more. I think this is for you, Tom. It certainly came up, I think, on our EA pilot call on Monday this week. Is there end user customer information that Cisco could share with us on a regular basis regarding EA potentials? Because at the moment we can only see limited end user data.
Yeah, great question. So the answer to that is yes. Cisco do have data available based on historical partner spend per end user. I think the crucial thing from our perspective, in order for us to get access and visibility to that data, is we must have a click-to-view relationship with that partner, and only then can Cisco share that level of detail with us. But direct answer to the question is yes, we can get that kind of information in order to help us understand where the opportunities are.
Just to back up Tom there, because it is a great question, because actually without that we can't start working out which partner has got an EA with which end user, the capacity of over 100K. It's a very manual process at the moment, and someone in our corporate business over in San Jose starts building that. We need to get that automated, but in the pilot that we're doing at the moment, that is one of the things that we're looking at, is which partner has an end user that has enough software to create an EA with, and then we will work with Comstor, the partner, and the Cisco account manager, because the chances are there will be a Cisco account manager, because it's obviously over 100K in software. So I think you know, that is coming. That's part of the pilot, and Tom's absolutely right. You know, we brought in click to view many years ago for visibility of services. It is so much more important now with visibility of that whole business. And you talked about it earlier. Within the next 2 years to 3 years, recurring revenues to software and services will be bigger than hardware. Now, if you're not clicking to view, if you're not utilizing that data, we're going to struggle. And you've seen that with all the stuff from Justin earlier. We've got to get that data. We've got to get those processes right. But going back to that question, there's a methodology that we're working on at the moment with you guys to deliver, so the visibility is there for you.
Super, thank you, Matt. Yeah, good answer. One more question actually for Tom. Is there a document that exists which can explain the whole process of managing EAs, including Cisco account management, Comstor, and the two-tier partner?
Great question. So currently we don't have that in a documented process, but it is something we intend to build. We obviously started with the internal cheat sheet that I briefly shared earlier, but yes, we definitely intend to create a nice central piece of collateral that has that kind of cradle to grave process. So watch this space for that.
Great, thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. There were a couple more questions, but in the interest of time, we'll answer them offline. And I'm absolutely delighted now that we can welcome Willem Hahn to the main stage. And Willem's going to give us his top of mind and share with us possibly some announcements. I'm very excited to hear what they are. How are you doing, Willem?
Yes, I'm doing fine, thank you. I hope everybody's doing well as well. I hope I can deliver on on announcements, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best. It's great to be here. I have to say it's the first time we do it in this manner, and whilst the experience so far is extremely well, I sincerely hope that the next time we are going to be sitting together again. Because there is, no matter how good the tools are, there is no better way of interacting, of course, face to face. But really appreciate getting some time to have a little chat.
Right.
So why don't I start? If we can put the slides on. So I mean, we're living in unprecedented times, and I mean, people have said this often. But I just want to stand still with this for just a little bit. When we look back at the past year, one of the main things which bothered us most was the whole Brexit discussion and the effect it had on our business. And we were kind of counting the days and thinking, okay, we're going to get out of this. There's another month, another 2 months, another 3 months, another 2 months. But at some point, this will just fade away, and it's business as usual, and we can return back to growth. Obviously, our UK market was very much affected, but it wasn't the only market which was affected. We never thought about something else hitting us that quickly. Quite frankly, I was one of the people who I live in the Netherlands, and we celebrate a festivity every year, which is called Carnival, which happened right at the moment when COVID hit us. And I was one of those individuals enjoying myself with my friends, about 15 centimeters of distancing probably, and having fun. I got through it pretty well, and then basically the whole world fell upon us. Now, pandemics have always happened, and if you do a little bit of exploration on the internet, then you'll see over the last couple of thousand of years, there's been major pandemics which caused enormous casualties across the globe. But this one is very different. This one is very different because it's happening in the year 2020, and we live in a modern world. And governments across the world, very much also in Europe, have taken actions which put an enormous pressure on the way how we operate and how we do business. Now, we were extremely fortunate that as an IT company, and as an IT company working closely together with Cisco, we were pretty well equipped to immediately start interacting with people not physically in our offices. But it caused a lot of issues. I mean, companies shut down. As a distributor, it's difficult to deliver goods if doors are closed, as you can imagine. Then there's the personal component, right? Our staff, our customers, the people from Cisco. We all suffered from this. Whilst it looks attractive to work from home, and it is quite attractive, dependent on whether you have small kids or many dogs, or whether you have a lot of space at home or not a space, because it can be frustrating as well. In fact, at some point it gets frustrating, and I'm pretty sure that most of us, or hopefully all of us, are really desperate to come back in the office. But we as a company, as Cisco, we tried our utmost best to keep everybody engaged. And I want to thank every local manager here for all the different initiatives, the coffee sessions, the quizzes which they organized, which all helped us to stay in close contact with our people. And our people are our most important asset, as your people are within the Cisco organization. Now, this, of course, has had a big impact on the business, simply because companies were putting investments on hold. Companies were not operating at 25 or 50% of their capacity. And as a consequence, we've seen the year-over-year growth numbers deteriorate. And it depends a little bit by country, but there are some countries, let's say it's anywhere between 10 and 50% of year-over-year decline. Now, what really matters, though, is that we measure ourselves not just in terms of year-over-year growth. We should measure ourselves very much towards our competition. So how are we performing compared to competition? And I'm extremely happy to see that despite these difficult times, we've managed to outperform competition. And two-tier is clearly our focus. One tier is an important component in the total volume of our business, but we've been outperforming the business in both segments, which I'm extremely, extremely happy about. And quite frankly, I think this is time to be proud on ourselves, on our teams, on our people who've had the discipline to continue working and to continue trying to be better and best than anybody else. People who've been reaching out towards Cisco individuals, but very much also Cisco individuals, our partners in crime, so to speak, who've been reaching out to us and contacting us. Is there anything we can do? Together, we've done I think a fabulous job during these difficult times. Now, things are changing, and they're changing very rapidly. Things are opening up. And obviously we hope and we expect that the business will come back to us. We expect that the business will start to increase again, and with the Q4 end ahead of us, we have some promising times ahead. Now let's talk a little bit about Cisco. When I was preparing this presentation, I felt an enormous amount of gratitude. And now I'm starting with maybe the last line on my slide, but the support which we've had from Cisco over the last months, in fact, even quarters, even also during Brexit times, and from the moment that the business started to flatten and then afterwards deteriorate, the support we had from the Cisco team across the globe was absolutely fabulous, and I really want to thank you for that. And that's why I say, Cisco deserves somebody or a company which is utterly obsessed with yourselves, and that's who we are. I mean, we have one team and we have one vendor. Your interest is our interest. We're always in the same boat, and that makes this partnership so enormously unique. There are no conflicts of interests. We have very intimate relationships, and we nurture and appreciate those relationships, and we try to expand them constantly, which in current times is not always that easy. For you and for us, value add is all that matters. I mean, us being a value added distributor is our unique selling point compared to our colleagues. And we have to constantly emphasize and find new ways of adding value. Now, as you know, a few years ago, we launched Comstor 2.0, and we changed the organization. We separated generic sales motion and a specialized sales motion with architectures closely aligned to the Cisco organization. And you've heard over the last week in the 3 sessions, you've seen those architecture leads talking about their architecture and talking about their plans moving forward. Now the results have been tremendous and tremendously positive, and we're extremely happy that we've chosen this route, and we will continue to go on this route. There's only, I keep saying always, there's only one best practice. And that's something, I mean, there's a lot of the things I say or other people say can be disputed or argued about. But this statement is undisputed. There can only be one best practice. And the most important thing we as a company and as a team need to constantly do is try to find that best practice. And the only way of doing that is by carefully listening to not just Cisco, carefully listening to our teams locally, because they have most of the knowledge, right? The mothership, as we like to call it, so that Russell's team and Justin's team and Tony's team, the marketing leads and the architecture leads, they play an extremely important role, but only their success is purely dependent on the engagement with the local people. And once we believe that we found that best practice, then we're going to replicate, right? One go-to-market across the globe. We've spoken about our IT challenges, and Justin's given a great speech about what we're doing from an IT perspective and integrating our systems. We've heard Andrew Sage a few days ago talking about simplicity, making things more simple. Us having one system and us constantly investing in that one system plus the supporting applications is extremely important, and will put us ahead of the rest in terms of the integration of our business with Cisco in this digital world. Now, there's an anxiety for revolutionary technology and a desire for out-of-the-box thinking. I'll come back to that a little bit later, but there are major opportunities in the market space. 6 months ago, we launched the small business plan, and unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 crisis, we had to stall the execution of that small business plan a little bit, not entirely, but a little bit. But we're getting out of this COVID-19 crisis now pretty soon, hopefully, right? And small business is still the biggest growth component which we can see for the near future. So we should continue to invest in that. But we should come up with innovative ideas which we figure out together with Faith and our marketing department, who've done some tremendously good work over the last 4 or 5 months. Stuff which 6 months ago we were questioning whether Cisco would be able to do. They've actually done it. So very highly appreciated. So yeah, we're obsessed with Cisco. We're obsessed with Cisco technology, and we're obsessed with this relationship. And we want to make it flourish, and even more flourish in the near future. When we look at fiscal year 20, Cisco's fiscal year 20, now we've heard from various speakers over the last week, we've heard that one of the focus points is software, and more software. 5 years from now, maybe even earlier, the amount of software we do, or the software split in our total business, is going to be more than hardware, right? And that makes a hell of a difference. It doesn't only make a hell of a difference in terms of the amount of kit which we physically have to move. It makes a difference in the way how we sell to our partners. It makes a difference, or it sets requirements in terms of supporting our partners and helping them engage in selling more software. Software also drives recurring offerings, drives renewals. Renewals is Cisco's growth engine. I think that's just, also a comment with Elizabeth made in one of the earlier days. So we should maximize our performance when it comes to renewals. And this is not just a responsibility from our central quoting or closing team from a renewal perspective, but it is very much also a responsibility for all our teams. So this is definitely something which we need to continue to accelerate. We have to continue now with small business, including Meraki. Great opportunities. Right, so we're going to be working very closely together. There's, I think, a work group, a meeting planned somewhere in the coming days to talk about this. So this will be key or top of our mind when it comes to the next fiscal year. We have to capitalize on the secure digital workplace opportunities. Over the last 3-4 months, the world has changed. People started to move from different locations. I can't make any statements on whether this is going to have a impact on the way how organizations are working in the future. I personally don't think that we will not have any people in our offices in the future, but that there is going to be more remote working in certain functions, definitely without any doubt. So the whole WebEx platform is a massive opportunity, and we have to return back to growth with our collab business and our security business. Cross-architecture selling. It's been mentioned 20-30 times over the past days, and I believe that's important because this is the one thing which Cisco has opposite to many of the other vendors. Cisco is not just a wireless company or a security company or a networking infrastructure company or just active in collaboration tools or IP telephony. Now Cisco has a end-to-end solution, a wide solution which is very much unknown to most of our partners, right? And we have to make sure that we capitalize on that big opportunity. Make sure that our collaboration partners start to engage more with security. Our enterprise partners are introduced to the security world and the collab and the data center world. We have to drive further services, maximize the services attached and the renewals, as I said before. We spoke about enterprise agreements, right? This is going to be bigger and bigger and bigger in fiscal 20. So we have to make sure that we're leading the pack, as we're doing, by the way, with Cisco Capital finance offerings. In a market like today, cash is under pressure. So there's going to be a higher amount of interest from the end user market to start to do leasing instead of investing a lot of money up front, right? To have either recurring billings or monthly billing or use a lease construction. So we have to continue to focus on that. CX has been there for like a year, And we've been preparing for that, but we need to continue to prepare for how and what we're going to do when it comes to customer experience, because this is a new world. It will happen, and we have to find out how we as a distributor can play a role in that opportunity. I mentioned it before, simplification of processes. You can be assured, and I'm talking both to our Cisco colleagues as well as to our teams, that there's an enormous amount of work being executed as we speak, and not just by Justin, but the whole IT organization and a lot of other people trying to simplify how we operate, right? Because we need to increase our efficiency so that we can spend more dollars in terms of investments into our business. The value add model and the strategy which we have is absolutely key. We have to stick to that model. We have to keep trusting the process, and because together we're much stronger than any individual alone. Then lastly, we should try and find new ways on how we can help partners, how we can help them be more successful, especially after post-COVID-19. A lot of our partners, maybe not the very big ones, but in the mid-market and definitely the smaller ones, right? They're confused. They're worried. They just had 3-4 months of disappointing sales. They may have ran out of cash. At the same time, there is a requirement to make new investments. We have to find ways on how we can facilitate that and how we can help them. And we have to make sure that we stay closely aligned with Cisco in terms of marketing, but also in any other investment Cisco does. Lastly, and I said this before, very transparent. Also, one-tier business for us is important because it is part of our flywheel. So we need to grow that one-tier business, which we've been doing very well. But we have to grow our two-tier business faster. And that is just mandatory. The two-tier business, which is the richer margin component of our business, has to go quicker than our one-tier business. What I would like to do is, and this picture, you may have seen it, I kind of like this picture because what you see over here is almost impossible. And I think we as a company, we have to think about things who seem impossible, but in reality may not be. Earlier on, we've heard Tony speak about all the fantastic marketing stuff which we've done, and the fact that some of our competitors are starting to copy some of those programs, which is fine. But we have to constantly look for a new plan. So I'm going to launch a competition now. The details will come later in a mail, but I'm going to ask each one of our employees to think about an insane plan which is going to increase our possibility to overachieve results, which is going to help us together with Cisco to get the maximum out of these opportunities in the market. A plan which will put us far ahead of competition. And it doesn't matter how crazy it is, because often the crazy plans are called crazy because people are ignorant and people are not prepared to think that far out of a box. I invite all our staff, and you can work together with Cisco people, it doesn't matter, to come up with a plan. And as I said, we'll put a competition on it. We will put rewards on the best 3 plans. And in fact, we intend to execute the plan which wins this competition. General managers should participate in this competition. However, they're not going to win it. All right, so please, management team, work with your staff, right, and come with as many plans as possible. We'll put a committee in place where we will have Cisco representatives as well as Comstor representatives. We'll ultimately decide which is the best plan, and we'll start executing that. We're running into the final quarter, and the final quarter is more important than ever before. More important because we've had disappointing results in the previous months. We may have outgrown others, but let's not fool ourselves. Our business has declined. And a good Q4, right, would be a fantastic step up to the next fiscal year. So we have to do whatever is in our power to get as much business in as possible. I don't want to miss a single deal. You don't want to miss a single deal. So let's make sure we're not going to miss any of those deals. Let's make sure that we respond quickly to our customers, that we provide quotes as quickly as possible, that we turn around these quotes as quickly as possible, that we provide pre-sale support wherever needed, right? That we are creative in thinking how we can facilitate our partners. If there are partners who may need some extension of payment terms, let's talk about it, because we have those opportunities. So let's just make sure, work very closely, very intimately together with the Cisco representatives, and let's make sure we get the best close as possible in Q4, which would be a fantastic start for the next fiscal year. There's still a lot to win for us. Katie, for sure, probably, we'll talk a little bit later about the 1 billion mark. We have to stay ahead of that 1 billion mark. We still want to be $1 billion distribution company for Cisco, right? And that is in reach. We still have the DCC target and the 1 million rebate, which is at stake. So let's focus and do our utmost best, and then we'll see where we end up with. And whether we make it or whether we not make it, just the mere fact that we did whatever was in our capabilities to do is more than enough for me. So lastly, what I would like to do is I would like to thank everybody for the last 6-8 months, and especially the last 3 months. I want to thank specifically our staff who've stayed committed, who joined all these WebEx sessions, who have reached out to the customers, who didn't get demotivated by the situation, who kept on going and actually helped us just do or accomplish the results which we've accomplished. It wasn't easy, right? And hopefully things are going to be more easier in the near future. But I think the company owes every one of you deep respect for what you have done. So I really appreciate it. I also want to thank Cisco. As I mentioned before, Cisco has helped us through these difficult times. And I can tell you, I'm 25 years in distribution. I can't see you, but I can hear you thinking, he doesn't look that old. But I am, in fact, 25 years in distribution. And this relationship, which we have with Cisco, is just unbelievable. As I said, the support you've given us locally, centrally, Phil, Craig, Katie, is absolutely fantastic. And I want to thank you all for that. I also want to thank Russell and Katie for setting up this meeting and allowing me to speak to you. I think this is a great event. I look back to it with enormous satisfaction, and I hope to see you all very quickly again soon. Thank you very much. I don't know whether I've lost you now, because I don't hear anything.
Katie and Russell, we don't have audio at the moment. Your audio is...
It's working again.
Katie, maybe you just want to Russell or Katie, you can just unmute your screen. Your audio speaker seems to have switched off. No, still not hearing you, Katie and Russell. Your Bluetooth is switched off there. Russell, if you just want to unmute your screen, I'll pull it up.
I have.
There we go. And if you just switch off your camera, we'll put it back in.
Okay, can you hear me?
Twice.
Can you hear me now? Yes, Willem, you can hear me. Yeah?
Yes.
Great. Okay, thanks.
I hear twice.
Super. All right. So we've got the central camera as well, so that's still working.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll just repeat what I said before.
Yeah,
sorry, guys, we lost audio capacity there. So thanks, Willem. That was a really good update. I'm delighted to hear about your insane plan and keen to be involved with you and the country teams in developing some innovative plans for the rest of this fiscal and into next as well. But thanks very much for your update today. That was really, really good. And yeah, absolutely. Next time we'd love to be face to face when we do this, so we can see everybody. So, guys, we're going to switch gears now, and we're going to move to the final session of the event, which is, from mine and Russell's perspective, is actually the best part of the event. We love this this part. Unfortunately, this time, because we're not face to face with people, I'm not going to get quite so many kisses. But we wouldn't be able to do it anyway with the current social distancing rules. So we're going to move to the awards now, and I'm going to kick off with the first one and then hand over to you, Russell, and we'll do them like that. So the first award goes for Enterprise Networks Architecture Award, and this person was instrumental in educating their own country sales teams. They absolutely embraced the Road Warrior program, did a huge amount of demos both to new and dormant partners. They also developed an SV switching demo program for existing Hewlett-Packard partners to show them the value of Cisco. So really focused on that competitive edge. That's good to see. And they grew their two-tier market share in both Enterprise Networks and Meraki 3 quarters in a row this year. So outgrowing the competition. And the winner is Comstor Netherlands, Ozar Otag.
Super stuff. Congratulations, Ozar. Well deserved. Okay, the next award is for architectures. It's in the architecture section, and it's data center. And this person has consistent revenue performance throughout the year and driven up market share Q1 from 28%, 35% in Q2, and 45% in Q3. So fantastic growth for Comstor there. As well as driving the business in this way, this person has contributed valuable content to the rest of the data center team across EMEA. So this is when we have all of our architecture leads get together very regularly now to make sure that we are sharing best practice. It looks like this person has been really deeply involved in doing that, and obviously offering his technical support and his expertise in Hyperflex particularly. On top of this person has maintained his knowledge in data centers, recertifying, ensuring that this Comstor country continues to be compliant, obviously, receiving rebates, and more importantly, providing expert advice to our partners and our colleagues. And the winner of this particular award is Pedro Rosa from Comstor Portugal. So congratulations, Pedro.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Pedro. So the next award for today is on software. So you've heard a lot about software over all 3 days. This person has really helped deliver outstanding two-tier recurring offer growth, which was more than 8 times what Cisco delivered in the same period in that region. This person also saw a staggering year-over-year market share increase for two-tier RO or recurring offers of 19% in this current fiscal year. This person is always active in the CSSI community and has got a proven track record of execution, an extremely valuable member of the CSSI community. And I'm delighted to give the award to Rubina Baji. Congratulations, Rubina.
Excellent. Congratulations indeed. And so the next architecture is services. And we absolutely classify this as an architecture, and as you've heard today, becoming ever more important. This person has delivered a strong fiscal year, driving 31% year-on-year growth in a market that has been otherwise flat in that particular region. Market share has grown significantly, and from a two-tier perspective, they've grown 41% year-on-year. This team has also delivered strong renewal rates
quarter on quarter, reaching a 60% year to date in quarter renewal rate. And this team are key members of the CSSI community again, not afraid of speaking up to identify not only gaps that need addressing, but also ways of developing the services business. And the winner for this particular award is Peter D. Acom from our Comstor Germany business, who is very ably supported by Nicole Lerm. So congratulations, team. Well deserved.
Well done, Peter and Nicole. Congratulations. So the next award for me is the Collaboration Architecture Award. So this, or these individuals grew, because there's actually two, grew the collaboration business 171%, triple-digit growth. Those are the sort of numbers that I like, Russell. In Q1, they've developed strong partner relationships and innovation around a collaboration stock war room. So we would like to award this. I'm going to do my best on pronunciation here to Mikko Melkilia, and a special mention as well to Henrik Manson from Comstor Sweden. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, and in particular, we'd like to call out Henrik, who's worked really hard on this particular customer set to be able to provide that growth. And Mikko obviously leads the architecture for that region in the Nordics as well. So congratulations, team. Very well done. The next award in the architectures is security. And this is the only country on a constant double-digit growth quarter over quarter for the past 4 quarters in both 1 tier and 1 and 2 tier. For the 2 tier constant growth, also with a tremendous 73% year-on-year growth in Q3, so extraordinary. This chap has driven the impossible through sheer effort and dedication. His strategy to consolidate and strengthen the relationship with the top key security partners ensured the expansion of Comstor security market share above 40%. And the winner of this particular award for security is Twan van Amting from the Netherlands, Comstor Netherlands. Congratulations, Twan. Very well deserved.
Fantastic. So now we're moving on to the Innovation Award. And again, we've got not 1, but 2 winners of this award. And this award goes to, hopefully I'm not going to give it away here, 2 guys who have worked extremely well together for many years now. They're almost like a Lauren and Hardy. Or
you said that, not me.
They might not thank me for saying that. But they've partnered together extremely well.
Messi and Ronaldo.
Messi and Ronaldo, yes. Yeah. That's probably better. But this year they've gone beyond the way that they normally excel themselves, and they've created a whole range of new deliverables. When we launched Meraki Go back at the beginning of April, just as COVID-19 was hitting the European market, they perfectly positioned Meraki Go within the Meraki Go within the overall Meraki portfolio. And they've created a number of partner-facing videos just showing how easy it is to set up and deploy the Meraki Go solution. If you have not seen these videos, guys, I really urge you to check it out. They're a delight to watch. They're an absolute joy to work with. I'm delighted that we're awarding the Innovation Award this time to Nico Vermeulen and Thomas Swinham. Congratulations, guys.
There you go. Look at that. It's couldn't agree more, Katie. Really, really great content coming out from that team. A real thorough understanding of their market. The next award is a marketing award, Excellence in Marketing, and this person has been very actively engaged in the Comstor marketing community. She always challenges constructively, executes according to plan, obtained some of the highest partner engagement rates across digital marketing in EMEA, and really always contributing to calls, whether they're within her remit or not. And I've personally been on calls with her where she has been contributing across the board. And I'm really delighted to say that this award is going to Karen. Congratulations, Karen. Very well deserved again. So thanks very much for all your contributions. Karen from Comstor Netherlands.
Congratulations, Karen, well done. So now moving on to a Cisco award, and this is the Cisco Central award that Comstor actually award in conjunction with myself for the person who's really, raised the bar, worked very hard with the team this year, and we've got highly commended here in this segment as well. So we'd like to highly commend Corinne Rochman. She came into the team at the beginning of this fiscal as the IDAM for services and has partnered extremely well with Ignacio and Tom over the past 3 quarters. She's a delight to work with, really efficient, and we're constantly getting really, really positive feedback both from the central teams and the country teams about the level of her work and how she's integrated very, very well into the team. So congratulations, Corinne, you're highly commended. But this year we've given the award, the overall award, to somebody who's been working with Comstor for quite a few years now. But this really is his year, and he's worked very well to create a strategic growth plan for the architecture that we're talking about. And as we all know, over the last few months, the collaboration portfolio has expanded significantly as more and more businesses take their workers online to work from home. So I'm delighted that the Central Architecture Lead Award this time goes to Chris Collins. Thanks, Chris. You've done a great job for us this year.
Nice one, Chris. It's time you took that surfboard down off your wall and got out into the water, I think, and in recognition of that. So well done. The next award, again, we've got a highly commended, but we've also obviously a winner for the Cisco Distribution Account Manager. And again, with all of this, and it's a good opportunity right now to say thank you to all of our Cisco friends in each of the countries for all the support they give us. It's not always easy, and we understand that, and we are going to continue to push because we want to be the best at what we do. And but we really appreciate the support that you give us throughout the year to see if we can achieve our mutual goals together. And I'm really happy to say that in terms of highly commended, we've got Mathis Grass and Jesper Nelman. So congratulations on that. It's really recognised that the effort that you put into our teams. But on this occasion, the winner is Anjum Mushtaq from the Middle East operation. So congratulations.
Fantastic, yeah, absolutely. Great support that we get from the Cisco Dams, and well done, Mateus and Jesper, and of course Anjum as well. Congratulations. And we're at the final award. We are on the top performing Comstor country region awards. And again, we've got 2 highly commended countries that we'd like to call out before we call out the winner. So this first country only came into become a recognised country for Comstor at the beginning of FY20. And already they've delivered very high triple-digit growth. They've established themselves in the country extremely, extremely well, and pretty much almost 50% of the market there now. Took over seamlessly from the distributor that was moved out at the same time. So congratulations to Comstor Denmark, highly commended. In addition, we've talked a lot about results over the past 3 days, and while overall we see some negative results of what's happened, particularly in the last quarters, this country has achieved growth year to date as well. and it's already been mentioned quite a few times in best practices, and that's because they're excellent at what they do. So they continue to be focused on delivering day in, day out, irrespective of what's happening in the market around them. I'm delighted to also highly commend Comstor Netherlands. So well done, Patrick, and the team in the Netherlands. And so the top performing country or region, I'm delighted to give it to this person. This person is always very vocal whenever we've got things that we need contribution from. They're always keen to have a voice. They're keen to share feedback. And this region, despite having a challenging Q3 because of the COVID-19 situation, has still managed to deliver almost 40% year-over-year growth. And I'm delighted that we're giving this award to Comstor Middle East, and congratulations to you, Renton D'Souza, for leading that team out there.
Yeah, congratulations, Renton, and the whole team. You've really capitalised on the opportunities that have been arisen in that part of the world, and I think you've done that. Well, I know you've done that better than all the others as well. So you've really made the most of that situation, and yeah, many congratulations.
Wow.
Okay, so that's it. It brings us to almost a close of another fabulous few sessions. I think. From my perspective, Katie, it's been really productive. The feedback that we've had so far has been really good. We would really encourage you to bring back and give us some more feedback on this, how this event has gone, from speakers, from content to the way that it's been delivered, and we'd love to hear that. I think it's worth mentioning the numbers perhaps on the attendees.
Absolutely. So on the session today, we've had 130 people attend the event. We actually, on Tuesday, we actually had 147, which we were quite pleased about because we didn't have that many people registered for the event. So we actually had more people attend than we had registered. So clearly no dropouts. And I think also the engagement level, we can see, how much people were engaged in the sessions as well. So really, really thank you for that. We've been checking all the, as I said earlier, we've been checking all the polls that you guys have been providing feedback on. And obviously today there'll be one at the end for you to complete as well. So we're keen to hear your feedback, because if this is a way that we're possibly going to have to work for a little bit longer, then let's make the most of it.
And there's a slide on the screen now that says a huge thank you to everybody who's joined us, and we really mean that. We've taken the time out to come and join us, but we also want to express our gratitude to a couple of other people actually. We've had a team in the background, Mike and the You Are Up team, who's helped us with this production. Thank you very much for all your guidance with that. And there's been a subcommittee that's been made up of Tony Riley, Alpa, and Claire Clark from Cisco, who have really gone above and beyond to help make this the success that it's been. So we wanted to thank you as well. So really appreciate all of that. But I think that's it from now, and we look forward to seeing you, hopefully in person at some point, but who knows. Thanks a lot. Bye, everybody.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Every once in a while, an opportunity comes along, a really big opportunity, as in $6 trillion big. Because that's how much business is shifting to the cloud-native countries and the companies that are capitalizing on Wi-Fi everywhere with security. Like the Netherlands, where smart ports and connected highways are helping alleviate one of the most dense transportation networks in the world. In Italy, where Dallara helps automakers around the world make high-performance cars faster and safer. Cisco is digitally transforming their business, the way they work, think, and interact. At Rakuten in Japan, who partnered with Cisco to build the first cloud-based, fully virtualized mobile network, a model for the future of telecommunications around the world.
Oh my God.
The hyperfast connections and the wildly transfigured networks they will spawn is going to change everything. And only Cisco has the knowledge, the experience, and the solutions to make it happen. Between the internet that's here and the internet that's coming, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.